Hello, everybody. Why are you guys awake? Be an asshole and piss them off? You're gonna just chew online? I fucking hate that. I could go find some, like, tortilla chips to eat. Well, Beth, you better log off and go to bed. Did you guys ever, when Smash was on her, like, eating pickled vegetables out of the jar, and she would have her earbuds in so you could, like, hear the extra crunch right in your earbud? What do you mean, what happened to her? Did she have an accident? Oh, Jovi, you cannot disrupt her glow up. You can't ask these questions. If this is her glow up, girl. Obviously, it's not to avoid accountability or confliction of morals. It's her glow up. It was meh. It's just another day. I got this new thing, so that's why I'm on late at night. So y'all gotta deal with me going on late or either super early in the morning, one of the two. But don't worry, you can catch a replay of my live anytime between 9 a.m. and 9 p.m. on some dipshits pages. Did anybody catch that troll account that went into Smashes last night that was requesting my box? I think it was last night. Did any of you catch that? My shopping cart's empty? Fuck. I was gonna go get Snark's lingerie and put in it. Damn, I missed an opportunity. I don't know. I haven't been over to Snark's page to check her out. But I bet somebody will send it to me. I bet. I bet that. I have a question. So I was watching like the replay of Mikey, a part of it, where like Snark was offering to send Bree a Cash App, and then like Mikey wanted Bree's Cash App, which, hey Mikey, if you want it, let me know. I got you. But she was talking about like her money she was gonna send Bree. When did Snark get a paycheck? Listen, I like a good moo-moo, okay? I ain't gonna lie. I cannot diss a moo-moo. Or she's in like the pay it back era, I guess. So she was gonna send Bree a Cash App for something. But she told Mikey it was her money, she could do what she wanted with it. But I'm just curious, like, when she got a paycheck for it to be her money. So Mikey probably was on to something when he was talking about like recycled money, right? And Snarky Poodle, if you're worried about my empty shopping cart over here, for you to continue to get benefits, right? For your granddaughter, you have to claim your income. Now, I know you're abiding by the law, right? And you're letting them know every penny you've made on TikTok and Venmo, even the money that you use Sunshine's identity for. You're claiming that, right? When you refill out the paperwork, right? You're doing the right thing, right? Because I just couldn't imagine an upstanding citizen like yourself doing anything fraudulent or lying. Hey. My other question is, we've seen Queenie's laptop that proves she's getting a higher education. Bree, where's yours? We haven't seen yours. And don't say you don't owe the internet anything, because you think the internet owes you everything. So Bree, where can you show us where you're getting a higher education? Who's paying for that? One of your sugar daddies? I'm just curious. The internet has questions. I'm asking them. I'm not really sure also when body shaming just became like a normal thing we're going to start doing. Nelson, when Spark is the only job you can get because of your criminal history, I don't think you should be making fun of anybody for anything. Also, don't forget that your dildo that you keep in your bedroom that you share with your teenage child, or your 10-year-old, 11-year-old, whatever, however old he is, child, that dildo that you keep in that room that you share with your child and that you make content with or take pictures with, holding it, don't forget the internet is forever. Also, don't forget about the time that you were diddling yourself with KB on the phone and your child came home from school, and then you got called out on it and you lost your mind one day, and then you made that comment online saying, children walking on their parents having schmecks all the time, it's a normal thing, to justify your actions. So again, Nelson, don't forget the internet is forever, right? Yeah, the internet is forever. And I would like to see, Virgo, you with your swollen hands, why don't you get up on a wall and even try and do a handstand, I guess? If it wasn't twerking, right? Because I don't have any rhythm, so I can't twerk. But I would like to see your wrist hold your body up there. And while we're talking about the internet's forever, Virgo, in 2022, Mikey, thank you, Mikey, for posting this video. Why were you filling out UA forms for an employee online? You wrote down the dates, the exact dates that she took random UAs. So I'm just curious if I put out her information on the internet, if the internet could do the internet's thing and find her. You see how when you guys just come for me for absolutely no reason because I'm really not fucking with you, and then I fuck with you and now you have a reason and now you're going to be upset? I'm just curious. Like, do you see how this works? Because I really haven't done a fuck thing to any of y'all in a long time. But y'all just fucking keep going, right? So, Virgo, do you remember filling out that she randomly took a UA in 22, 23, 24, and they were all negative? Mm-hmm. You didn't cover up her name, though. You were so worried about Blair being written on the pen that you were using to fill this out that you forgot to actually cover your employees' information. Yeah. So, again, the internet's forever, bitches. You guys wanted to go there today, so I guess we're going to go there. How is that working out? How is that going to work out? Because guess what, Virgo? People are not going to call your mother to complain about your actions on the internet, right? They're going to go above and beyond. It's called ethics. And also, I didn't hear the whole story, so I'm going to go back and listen, but I think you were trying to like empathize with like, you thought I went to the depths of hell to find that Nelson was on the abuse registry. You forget that me and Nelson have been friends and have beefed for over 3 years. I didn't have to go to the depths of fucking anything, okay? It's very well known. Very well known. So I didn't have to go to the depths. But you started talking about how you also worked at an assisted living and we're talking about pills. So I'm just curious on also the ethics level, how you're hiring and in charge of UAs for an assisted living if while your addiction interfered with that. Mash, has that been out so fucking for so long? And I don't know if you listened to my voice clip, but I'm sorry, I did possibly post your little semi-crash out last year. But I did. But I was giving history lessons, you know? Context is key. Context is key. But Virgo, also, if you think I'm full of shit and I haven't looked into this in image reversed and did all of the fucking things, okay? Yeah, that's a UA cup right there. Those are levels, right? You just openly did that while you were live because apparently your social media presence is so much more important than the confidentiality of the employees that you have working for you. That is what's fucking wild to me. Okay. So, Mikey, when you said, what is this? You should dived a little deeper because right here, Virgo, is when you're filling out the years that she had taken those tests and that they were negative. But I see your hands still look the same, so you clearly haven't got medical help for those either. So when you have the smallest Jimmy Dean fucking fingers, I don't want to hear you talk about my weight whatsoever, because the thing is you can play videos from me from 2000, 2002, even 2003 and 4. The difference is I actually got off my fat ass and lost weight. Okay? So again, when your stomach sticks out further than your tits, don't fucking talk about my weight, Virgo. Okay? Why don't you go spend some time with your kids outside instead of hiding in your closet or the bathroom yelling at them to get the fuck out because you're live? Then maybe you wouldn't actually be a fucking heifer. How about that? If that's what we're doing, if we're body shaming, we can do it. We can do it all day long. Cartel, you want to talk about my teeth? Well, I guess you're talking about Queen of Blessings, right? Because she lost hers. That wasn't her choice that she lost her teeth. So I guess you're talking about her too, right? And Ranger went to a different country to get her teeth fixed. So I guess you'd be talking about her. How many other people that you sit next to, Cartel, in those lives have dentures or have lost teeth that aren't their responsibility? So remember, when you make a jab at one person, you might also be affecting other people you're sitting next to. And it's been about 5 days now, Cartel. Have you shown any proof of your inbred racism? Just curious. Have we seen any of that yet? No? Okay, didn't think so. Yeah. And no, we don't have to talk about the Whitakers, okay? We don't. We could talk about Farrell and how she views black women as aggressive, and to the point that black women cause physical violence. We could talk about that too. There's so much I could talk about. Y'all been just yapping for days. Nelson, and it's also crazy to me that you also always have a sob story to go with all of the things that have ever happened to you. But when you want to attack somebody, you have the billions badass, I'll wait, pull up attitude. Except when anybody looks at you, you become a fucking crying ass baby back bitch. Okay? Just like when you use your dad as an example. Sometimes he's the menace that, do you want to be next? Do you want to be next? You know who my dad is? Yeah, your dad's a fucking snitch, okay? Your dad's a snitch who snitched on people for doing drugs, okay? And then he had to skin somebody and cut their tattoos off and their identifying markers and fingers and hide them because he's a bitch and he's a snitch. So which is it? Which is it, Nelson? Do you want to be next? Do you know who my dad is? And then, do you know that my dad had a gun held to his head? And what would you do if you had one pulled to your head? Pick a fucking side, bitch, and stand on it. But you really want to talk about the internet forever and Monster? Oh, Monster, you get up there with your threats today. How dare anybody say anything of this sort? Well, maybe you should know the fucking history. Maybe you should know that Nelson is the one that was diddling herself while her son walked in and she just told her son to shut the fucking door. But I'm sure somehow you'll find a way to co-sign that. That's normal behavior, right? Because the good old house that Nelson owns, no, Nelson, you got the name of the house put in your name before your daddy went to prison, so your mommy didn't lose the house. That's why it's fucking decorated by 70-year-olds and you share a bedroom with your child. Okay? You can have whatever fucking persona you want on the internet, but the truth is the truth is the truth. You've also never been with a fucking female in real life. You only use them on the internet to get monetary gain. Why don't you tell the truth about that one? Because when we were friends, how many women were you getting money off the back end by flirting with them? All while playing Holly. You really want to go back? You really want to hash this shit out? Because you can't let a fuck thing go. You also continue to tell people that you couldn't defend yourself in your restraining order because you're a single mom and it was the first day of school, right? But you live with your mommy and your daddy, so they could have helped you out. And secondly, you forget to tell everybody that you reopened the case weeks later and asked for another court date that you were granted. And you still didn't show up. And that definitely wasn't the first day of fucking school. And guess what? Court documents prove that. So, Virgo, again, if you were diddling with pain medication at an assisted living in your addiction, and now you're hiring people and clearly documenting their UAs, yeah, you do realize there's people above your mom, right? Even though your mommy owns the business. You do know that, right? That right there. Carol Ann. Hey, Lisa. You guys get so fucking careless. Is that a UA? Oh, yep, sure is. Is it in your live? Sure is. I wonder if I found that person right there while you're just filling that out. And you were just too worried about people seeing the word Blair. Mattress, I'm not sure which part. It's not a HIPAA because it's not a patient or a client. It's a fucking employee. There you are, Virgo. You and your big ass hands filling out the paperwork. Oh, you read a post? Sorry, Mattress. It was a good crash out. I couldn't help myself. You told me to go looking. I couldn't find what I was looking for at that moment, but I found that before I found the other one, so I had to post that. No. It's not a patient. That's an employee. Because, Virgo does the hiring for the assisted living. So, and it's just curious that Virgo would sympathize that, Nelson was just an addict and she was just taking PRNs away from people. And it was okay that she took opioid PRNs from somebody in an assisted living because she was an addict. That's what Virgo said. That was Virgo's, coddle Nelson moment. As she claims and looks to be in the hiring department for her mommy's assisted living. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy that you would have two people that be fucking with people's PRN medication? Guess what? Life happens. Every addict becomes an addict for some reason. Whether it be because of something actually medically wrong with them, they become addicted to the medication, or is to numb out something. So, I don't want to hear that your fucking grandparents died and that gave you the right to take from PRNs in the nursing home. Like, that doesn't give you the right. And I'm not addict shaming. I wasn't at the time. Now I have something to say. And just because you've never denied it doesn't make it fucking okay. And so not only does Virgo fill out employees' UA information, she allows Nelson in a box while she's at work. When you have your little moon going, Virgo, and then you want to have like a reaction and you get on screen? But you've made so many videos and been live so many times at work that it's very clear to clip where the fuck you are when you hop on screen, aka your job. So have you got enough paychecks yet to pay OG back yet? Or are you just playing pretend at work? Crazy, huh? You bitches wanted to talk. So you're just telling me Smash just decided to hang out in your fucking closet and give you permission to stream everything so she wouldn't have anything to stream? Still weird. Still weird that you're trying to take over Smash's platform. And I don't know if she's too fucking blind or too naive to fucking see it, but Smash been around long fucking enough. She needs to open her fucking eyes. Why are her hands red? Because she was an addict for a long time and she has circulation issues. And according to this document, that was back in, I think, 22, and she still looks that way. So that tells me she still hasn't sought medical treatment for it. You can say I'm addict shaming. You can say whatever the fuck you want, because all you bitches have ever done is fucking talk shit about me, my past, my drinking, and all the things. So don't be fucking upset that I have a fucking opinion to say about you now. Because apparently my silence doesn't even fucking matter. Right? You guys all absolutely know I didn't say a fuck thing about anybody at all, not even a fucking peep for 9 days, and you all continue to keep talking about me. So just like everything you guys approve of Nelson doing, I'm back to when Nelson and I were friends. So there are no rules. When you come from that side of the app, there are no rules, Virgo. Oh, she blew out her veins. So you're telling me that there's just absolutely no medical help at all that can fix it? Try and minimize it? Nothing? Like she's just fucked for the rest of her life to have swollen red hands? It's okay for y'all, right? Y'all can talk about whatever the fuck you want about me, right? Me taking medication, me drinking, my DUIs, my past from 10 years ago. But now that Retina's gonna clap back tonight, you all are gonna be fucking clutching your pearls talking shit. I'm still curious though, Virgo. Does your husband think all the hours you spend online talking shit pays the bills, or does he know OG pays the bills? I'm still waiting for that. See, Virgo? Mm-hmm. PPO, who are you talking about? I'm not trying to ignore you. I'm just ranting. Or maybe we should talk, maybe we could talk about Smash's mod, Liz. You know when Smash says everybody's welcome in her fucking live and she'll take all the strays? The fact that she has Liz as the fuck also crazy to me that y'all know she is admitted to being a black bisexual, and y'all just run with it. You, Bree. Who else knows? Hi, Sweetbriar. Yes, as Liz. As in Liz that faked having all of her children and taking care of her grandmother and buying the house and getting a self-defense charge, even though that's not a charge. Yeah, that Liz. She is a little white girl. Violet, there you go. Now it's Roko's husband or Cozy's husband. Did Forever Grateful come in here? I'm sure she did because none of her people are on, so she's bored. That's what you call a loser. Okay? But yes, Megan. And I do have pretty good authority of proof that it shall be coming out on a live near you soon. Yeah, but why would they allow her to be a blackface? Don't you think that's crazy? And if you really pay attention to the comments, you know how Liz is an expert on everything? Crazy. So is Cozy. Crazy personality. Similarities. I really would like to say I don't want to hear a fuck thing after this live, but none of y'all can take the same energy that I give you and just shut the fuck up. Because you love it. It's the only way of you having attention is talking about me. Guess what? I let Stop the BS be in my live last night too. You want to know why? Because I don't give a flying fuck what you motherfuckers have to think about me when it comes to that situation, okay? Because it's not yours to live. It's not yours to go to sleep with. It's mine. So be mad about that also. I just want you guys to be pissed off all summer long at me for me living. Just living. Me and Megan are out here fucking growing flowers, planting new shit, coming up with great ideas. Megan's having a whole fucking personalities come alive with fucking rakes. And you bitches are sitting here just being crybaby back bitches trying to down somebody for living their best life. Violet, you don't have to be in here either. I know exactly how you feel. You blocked me, but you're back. You don't have to be in here. I'm not being rude. That is for me and me to go to bed with. Not you. I didn't put you in no situation. I didn't put nothing on you. I'm not putting nothing on you. That is me and my situation. That is that. And that's great. And that's for you. And that's for your healing or your understanding or your grief or your anger. That's for you. I can't hold that. You can't put that on me. I can have empathy, but you can't put your feelings upon me, just like I can't put my feelings upon you. I know you're not. I hope you're not taking what I'm saying negatively. I'm just saying. Everybody is always going to have their own feelings when things have personally been done to them. People are going to have their own feelings when things have touched their lives. People are going to have their own feelings when they see things from a different perspective. And that's okay. Sometimes people can coexist and sometimes people cannot. I'm not putting my feelings on you, and I don't expect you to put your feelings on me. I heard you. I heard you loud and clear. And I respected that. And I left it alone. Listen, Megan can be a very good source of understanding and reasoning. Megan can be funny as fuck. And you know what? A fucking year ago, I probably would have said fuck Megan. But you want to know what I think is hilarious in the turn of events? Is that me and Megan have found something to bond over, to enjoy and share some laughter and just share some it's not even positivity, just here's some light, here's some flowers, here's something different, look at this, right? Here's my garden, here's some sunshine, here's some grass, look at that. And then you want to know what I put on my replay that came on my story today? Fucking Snark. It was me making a video about Snark talking shit, stomping her foot before I fucking even wake up in the morning. Guess what? A year later, the bitch is still doing the same thing. Nelson's counting down the fucking days that she can talk shit about me. What? What are you gonna do? Tell somebody something I said in 2022? Woof! I bet the crowds are just waiting. They're just waiting. Artie and Bougie are just waiting for you to tell something I said back in 2022. They just cannot wait for the show, Nelson. That countdown is just so exciting. I'd be so fucking embarrassed. But then I had to sit back and think, Nelson, if you didn't have TikTok, you wouldn't have a fuck thing. You don't go anywhere. You don't do anything. When you do something, you have to do it live, and you bitch about it. Take your kid to the 4th of July parade. What do? Yell at him. Stand 3 blocks away, live, with your friends on TikTok. Not engaged at all. Nothing's changed. You haven't grown at all. You are stuck in this fucking social media atmosphere, and if you didn't have that, you wouldn't have a fuck thing going for you. Not one. And Ranger, you want to talk about my dead dad? You really think talking about somebody's deceased parents is like a fucking dig? I hope when y'all fucking replay this, you don't fucking mute any of this shit. Because really, using a deceased parent as a fucking dig. Guess what? How would your dad feel about how you behave on the internet? Well, let me tell you. Let me break it down for you. You all know my dad bailed me out of my situation, right? He tried to help me. You know my dad supported me the whole entire time I was in prison, right? You know my dad set me up before he passed away, right? Do you think he would give a flying fuck that I was defending myself on the internet? Do you think he would give one fuck that I had something to say to some dirty ass bitch that's sitting on another side of the screen spitting at it? Really? Because guess what? You can literally replay what my dad has done for me. My dad would be fucking proud as fuck as to where I am right now, okay? And me have an opinion or a voice on this internet for a couple hours a week, he wouldn't give one flying fuck about it. Yeah, my dad wouldn't care, because guess what? My dad fucking raised me. My dad has seen the absolute best out of me. My dad has seen the absolute worst out of me. My dad has heard the absolute best out of me, and my dad has heard the foulest shit out of me. Okay? And guess what? Even after I went to prison, even after I did all that, he still took care of me. So if your daddy didn't love you the same way, don't take that shit out on me. Don't try and project that shit on me. Because guess what? I can go to bed every single fucking night knowing my dad would be proud as fuck as to what I'm doing these days. But go ahead. Try and use my fucking deceased father as a jab, and then think about all the people that sit around you that have a deceased parent. Exactly, Megan. Fucking still a year into my sentence, my dad said, you know what, Retina? I'd pay any amount of money right now if I could get you out of there. So for all you parents that sit on here and tell your kids to get the fuck out of the bathroom because you're live streaming, or get the fuck away from them, go find this or go do this by themselves while you are online all day fucking long, you want to know what? I would give anything in the fucking world to have those 2 years back with my daughter. I made the absolute best out of the situation I was in while I was in it, but I guarantee you, I wouldn't be telling her to get the fuck away from me. Do I have to live with that regret? Absolutely. But I do know that while I was in that situation, I made the fucking best out of it. And there wasn't a day that went by that I didn't talk to her unless we were in lockdown. And you bitches sit on live during summer fucking break all day, ignoring your fucking children. You have the choice to ignore your children, okay? That's the difference between me and you. So don't ever try and fucking shame a fuck thing in my past. Some of you dirty bitches fucking called CPS on Megan for the way she talked in front of her children. That's crazy. I don't see none of you calling Bree. Why aren't you calling CPS on Bree? Huh? If we're gonna keep the same energy, right? Energy for energy. That's all you guys want to talk about. Funny none of you bitches haven't called CPS on Bree for the way she speaks on her children. And for the fact that her child's been in Smash's live, right? All those things that you put on fucking Megan, she absolutely did call her children motherfuckers in front of them in the vehicle. So it's funny to me that you guys are just so, and here's the word that apparently some of you fucks don't understand is an actual word, is selectivism. You choose what to be outraged about. You choose what you want to defend. You choose what you want to be outraged against. And then you guys still sit along with somebody. Listen, explain this to me. Somebody make this fucking make sense to me. Bree, if those weren't your bushes, you looked them up to make sure they weren't your bushes, but you didn't live there, right? And then you got online and you said, well, I told the people that needed to know that wasn't my house. So what, you told a handful of people, your friends, your close friends, that really wasn't your house, while you were on live telling your followers and your supporters that was your house and your children were endangered because I doxed your bushes? So they weren't important enough, even though they support you every day and show up for you? They weren't important enough to know the truth? I mean, we and play and now they're in danger. There would have been no playing in that backyard. There was only bushes in that backyard. They would have been scratched the hell up if they played out there. So I'm just curious why you told your close people that those weren't your bushes, but you let all your supporters believe, that I endangered your safety of your children. Make that make any sense? So again, all you people that keep going back and thinking that you mean somebody to some of these people in this chat, pay the fuck attention. You ain't shit. Of course, that's what she wanted. She wanted outrage and she wanted people to go against me because, like Queenie said, she's never seen somebody hate somebody so much as Brie hates me. And listen, if I consume you, I'm sorry. I will never apologize for you myself. And Brie, I really have never done a fuck thing to you. Okay? So, the whole thing you did with Isaac and all of that, still super fucking weird to me. Right? Because it's always keep it on the internet. Keep the banter. It's just banter. It's just internet banter. That's funny. You sure took it a little bit further than that, didn't ya? Didn't ya? So again, the selectivism that y'all do is weird as fuck. And again, Brie, just in case you missed it the first time, I apologize for calling Queenie a black bitch because she really never has ever said anything to me to the point to deserve that. She also is the only black woman that stood up and said that I wasn't racist while you were trying to go around the sap screaming I was racist. So, again, there's a difference in Queenie with you, just like there's a difference in Unknown and you. That's why me and Unknown could have a conversation and come to a mutual understanding and move forward. And I told you to get fucked. And I will continue to tell you that I can be 6 feet under, and I'll ask them to put me on my belly so you can kiss my ass 6 feet under still before I apologize to you for a fuck thing I've ever said about you. I stand and lay on that one. PPO, entertain the chat for a second. That's right, Megan. 40 days and 40 nights I might be on this bullshit. You weren't fast enough, PPO. Listen, I don't expect people to tap. You could hit that little heart thing, you know? I guess I need a fan club. I don't know. Does that dictate my popularity on TikTok? I'm fucked. Listen, I don't tap. Like every once in a while I might tap. But I have figured out though what I am really good at is accidentally gifting roses while I'm trying to get out of boxes. You're feeding your dog? Well, are you hand feeding your dogs? Because listen, when I get home, I get harassed. And then I have to open some wet food, throw it in a dish, and call it a day. Because if you feeding these fuckers on silver spoons, listen, you're in a different tax bracket, and I don't even know if I could have a conversation, because that's a world I don't know about. Nah, PPO, don't you be fucking lying in my comment section. PPO. PPO, you don't be having fucking pictures of dogs. You have pictures of fucking gremlins that you fed after fucking midnight in your phone. Stop lying. What is that one dog that's now got its own like cap cut video? Bobo, what the? This dog's 114 years old, and I just love it, and I'm gonna love it to the day. It's just, what the fuck what is that goddamn dog's name? Start Bobo be something, and they have it dancing as a green screen. Y'all know who the hell I'm talking about. Brittany, you know what I'm talking about? That dog is blind. You can tell it's blind, or it's got cataracts. Beat a boat a butt. Beat a boat. Yes. Okay. That is what fucking PPO's dog looks like. But in worse condition. She's gonna give me just the right picture, and I'm gonna make it a whole CapCut fucking video, okay? Lita Beta boat, yeah, whatever the fuck that is. That. Y'all know what I'm talking about now. That's what fucking PPO's dog looks like, except with like mange, and you fed it after midnight. Connie, I am being nice. I'm giving you a very specific, detailed visualization of what the fuck that dog looks like. Oh, also, I don't know if I need to make this a public announcement, but I am, just in case I need to cut it for YouTube. I give none of you fucks permission to post me on your YouTube channels. I've already started the copyrights. Because now Retina is just going to be a petty bitch like the rest of y'all. Listen, you can send me 16 pictures and I ain't opening 14 of them. Also, anybody that does go live, and you're being restreamed, there's a new feature on TikTok that you can click on the live that you are being streamed in and copyright it at the moment. Just in case you needed to know. To AK? Like, MJ's mod? AK? Or like the other AK? Hey, I'm just trying to educate people, okay? If I learn new information, I like to spread it around. Yeah, Violet, wouldn't that be great? Well, there's still apps out there that like you can pay for. Like, the sad thing is like some of them actually pay to re-listen to this bullshit. Can't afford your light bill, but you can afford to restream people on the internet. Unhinged, are you in here? I'm loving you. You know my one drink theory? Okay, I just poured a drink. So after this drink, I'm going to bed. Yes, Violet. Yes, it is. I am loving you. Listen, I like to listen to a little DMX while I get ready for work. It gets me going, you know? And then, as I put Megan onto Queen Butterfly, which, listen, I think every single person that's a woman in here that like sits in my lives normally, honestly, just because knowing everybody's personalities, y'all need to listen to Queen Butterfly's playlist. I promise you there is one song on there that will resonate to your gut with you. I love her. When I mow the lawn, I just listen to her. I listen to her whole playlist. I love it. She has a page on TikTok. I know she's on Spotify. I think you can find her on YouTube. But even though like Daddy's Girl has nothing to do with like my dad's relationship, I can guarantee the people I know it would hit with some people that sit with me. And I just think every single person should listen to her. She has some phenomenal songs everywhere, from fucking social media to fucking real life, small town, fuck you're a Christian, you know, predators sit at tables, you know, sometimes. Like, they're all of her songs. Y'all need to listen to her. I promise you, something will resonate. I love listening to her. But DMX gets me going for work in the morning. It's probably why I got an attitude when I walk in the door. And then I'll be listening to Florida Georgia Line. Ooh, it depends on your daddy issues. But there's a song that's, what is it called? It's just called, I think it's called Daddy's Girl. I love Cody Jinks is a great one. There's a new guy I started listening to. I'd have to find him. He's on my TikTok's save list. But Queen Butterfly. If you guys tune in to Megan this morning, she found her. Most people probably know her. I think her like hit song that got her like recognized was "Piss Them Off on Purpose" on TikTok. But to me, that is like one of the smallest songs in her whole playlist in all of her albums. I like Cody Johnson too. But yeah, if you scroll your FYP, I'm sure you've heard the whole haters gonna hate, piss them off on purpose. That song, that's her. But she sings on some like gut wrenching shit. Violet, listen, Violet, there ain't nothing you can trust me on. Nothing. I can rap every single song on Nellyville, okay? From back in the day. I can rap every song Missy Elliott came out with back in the day. T.I. Oh, listen, me and T.I. be getting down. He just came out like a recent song because T.I. has been off the charts for a long time, but he just came out with a new song called Trauma Bond. That is a very good song. I love it. Like, my taste in music is all over the board. I know, Violet. I probably should have been raised in the South. Could you imagine me with a little country accent? Sometimes I just get on the lawnmower and I say early 2000s hip hop playlist. Boom. And I just be jamming. Listen, some of you folks that just keep coming in and out are just going to hit the in and block button. Okay? I used to not block people at all. Like, every once in a while, my mods would block people. Or I usually just, like, blocked people because you would annoy me. Oh, baby. My block list is thick these days. Connie, I ain't worried about you. I'm talking about these unknown folks. I've seen Eric Church in concert. I've seen Nelly in concert. I've seen Eric Church. I've seen Buck Cherry, Avenged Sevenfold, Seether, Zach Brown Band. But let me tell you, nothing will ever compare to the experience I had watching Eric Church in concert ever. Best concert, hands down. See, yeah, Violet, that makes sense. I can see that. I can see that. I'm about to see Jesse Murphy, though. I'm so excited. And I wasn't going to say anything. I was just going to start recording. But I'm also going to see T.I. this month. Listen, bring back my old high school days, okay? I'm ready. Who knows? Maybe I'll even bring my fucking caboodle with me. Enya is good. Yes, she's coming to the State Fair. Got tickets for her, and I got tickets for T.I. I cannot wait. Jelly Roll came last year, and I just I liked him, but I just wasn't. It wasn't a need for me. Ooh. See, that's a little too hardcore for me. That's like the shit my brother used to listen to on his Discman on the way to high school. Yeah, I'd have to be putting the fucking Corn CD in his fucking Discman, put the tape. Y'all 90 babies know what the fuck I'm talking about. Listen, I went in the ditch one time trying to change my Discman in the middle of the winter ditch. So I had to climb out of this fucking steep ass ditch in the middle of the fucking winter. It was like 20 below. Called my fucking grandpa because he was the closest one to fucking come get me. It was like 5 a.m. It was terrible. About froze to death. Trying to think who else is at this. There actually is not a bad lineup for the State Fair. Hold on, let me see. Alex Warner. I was thinking about going to see him, but to me he only has two songs that I'm familiar with. So yeah, Alex Warren, John Party, Jesse Murphy, Nika Moon, Zach Top, Zed, and then T.I. So we're going to Jesse Murphy and T.I. Even though my daughter's like, who the fuck is T.I.? I hung up the phone on her. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna lie, the North Dakota State Fair normally has a pretty good choice of artists. They had what is his name? He's a young kid. I think he's a redhead. Usually has long, kind of shaggy-ish hair. country singer. I think he was with what the fuck is his name? Where is my brain right now? See, this is what happens. I was just talking to somebody about this earlier. My brain just like zaps out, and I can give you all the details. I just can't think of the name. Not Brian. What the hell is his fucking name? I can't even sing one of his lyrics right now. Brain's just shot. It's too late at night. Hi, Cupcake. Zach? No, not Zach. What the hell is his fucking name? Yes, it's country. No, he's young. He's super young. He made the song about black dress. He's more of like a TikTok personality, I feel like, than a country star. Somebody just Google black dress. No. No. He's super young. I don't even fucking know if he's 25 yet. He's young. I think he was signed with Upchurch for a while. I think they had a falling out. No, but I do be liking me some Colt Ford. Somebody just Google 2025 North Dakota State Fair. Listen, I love me some Upchurch. Listen, his TikToks, he don't give a fuck about nothing. No, not Chris Young. Sherry. No, not Morgan Wallen. Jesus. Trust me, I would do a lot of things to see him. I love Adam Calhoun. His song, Raise Hell, Violet. Do you know that song? That is my absolute favorite song by him. And if you were on my Snapchat, you would know that because I play it a lot. Savannah plays with Adam, yes. Not Black. Oh, God damn it. Hold on, y'all. It's fucking Chase Matthews, assholes. That took so long. He had like a one-hit wonder like back in the day about like a little black dress, because I remember like when the internet, which is weird to me that Nelson has like, well, it's not weird because I think the video Nelson had up the other day had like over 1 million views, because on my old TikTok I had videos that had like, some of them had like 5 million views, but like there was a song about a black dress, and it's Chase Matthews. I know I said I didn't, I literally just said I don't even think the dude's 25. He's young as fuck. Well, back in the day was like a few years ago to me. When I talk about back in the day, when I'm talking about TikTok years. Get it, girl. And it was crazy because my most, on like my first main account, my first viral video views, and then like randomly it just started going viral again, and I think it got up to like 7, 8. Listen, if you want to listen to Sawyer Brown or my double wide trailer and my fucking plastic ass couch, we can get down, okay? Listen, Krista, when I tell people back in the day, if I still had my main account and my main Reddit page, the way I could cancel people, it happened real quick. That's 90s? Okay, well, excuse me. Do we need to listen to Little Jailhouse Rock? Back in the day, TikTok, mattress, you're still awake. Am I not lying when I say my first main account and my main Reddit page, if Retina decided she had a fucking issue with somebody, it would take less than a day to turn thousands of people against somebody. Like, they don't believe that there was over like 10,000 following on that Reddit page. People still are like, what the fuck are you talking about? I was like, listen, you just weren't around. I can't explain it to you. You just weren't around. They could turn on me. They turned on me just as quick, okay? It is where we met. Sure is. I don't know who the fuck I was explaining to the other day, but I was like, you know what? I was like, Faith pissed me off one day, and I just decided, you know what? I was like, you know what? Now that you doxed me, I'm just going to take all my Reddit folks to TikTok. And all these terrible Reddit comments are going to come to TikTok. And I'm going to give all my accounts away. And I did. Violet, that's the disgusting part that doesn't surprise me. Yes, Krista, I was back then. I was doing that. That's kind of when I had calmed down and like found my focus. Lego lady, I don't know if you're like sleeping. I'm not accepting you into the box because you keep coming in and out, and I'm just not sure.
Lego Lady goes into a lot of our spaces, but she doesn't do boxes, so she's
Okay.
probably,
I was
yeah.
like,
So.
this is like the 15th time she's requested a box. So I'm like, I'm just not going to do that.
But no,
Mattress, I did. I remember the first live we ever went live with. I think every box but one was my account, and I just given them away to people on Reddit to have a voice. See, I'll always help the underdog.
but no, there's been a listen. I've been watching the live replays on YouTube, and there has been so much flip floppy back and forth. Like it's, and am I hypocritical for saying that? Yeah, probably because you know how I felt about what you did, and then I walked away from you and I'm mad at myself. But the difference with me is when it comes to certain topics, I get triggered and I see red. Um, and whenever I calm down, I have time to think logically, and then I reflect not only about what said person did, but how I reacted, and then I can move on from it. But a lot of these people that are upset about people sitting with certain people, they're doing the same shit. And it oh my god. The flip flopping on this fucking app is wild to me.
Yeah, didn't like Amanda make Bougie cry and tell her like to pretty much get out of her space?
Yeah, I remember that live. Amanda was like, I have an announcement. Bougie is no longer welcome here. And then Monster was all up in arms about finding out that Bougie was the one who originally posted her child's picture. And then I hear today from reliable sources that I trust 110% that Bougie was back in Amanda K's space this evening when she was live, and Monster was even talking to Bougie in the chat. So I'm kind of like, what the fuck are we doing?
That sounds about normal. I mean, honestly, look at the shit that Smash has done, and people still sit with her, go to her, allow her around, all the things. I mean, prime example. I didn't get it from exactly Smash, right? But the picture of Monster's daughter's belly button that she cries about originally came from Smash. But Smash gets no heat from it. None.
Oh, yeah, no. And then Monster was in Smash's live last night, just laughing it up and kikiing it up over there. I don't know.
I know. I woke up to messages like, "What the fuck?" And I was like, I don't. I just see the two. I don't even know. I'm not even gonna listen because I really don't give a fuck. But yeah, the flip flopping is crazy, and nobody stands on a fuck thing that they think they stand on.
No, and then another thing that kind of bothers me is, I've had a lot of people walk away from me because I'm friends with Megan. And But it's like they still keep certain people around that still sit in the same spaces. So I'm kind of like, how does that make any kind of sense? You know?
Well, it doesn't,
I,
Violet. You cannot listen. If people have eyes on you, you cannot do X, Y, and Z while they're actively doing X, Y, and Z. That's just how it works.
and you know, another thing that's kind of like weird to me is people that are on this app daily talking about get predators off this app, you know, protect the children, protect the children. They sit with people who post children or predators on their page. For example, Spread Love, Tiffany. It's so fucking weird to me. It's so weird to me.
No, you want to know what's weird to me? And if I overstep, just let me know. But people are so fucking upset about Anthony or Stop the BS, right? Being in any fucking space, right? Okay? Because they have actual proven charges against them, okay? And then there's Spread Love, who Bougie and Monster both publicly say they are friends with. They and Snark, I believe, say they are actually friends with said person who is an absolute child fucking predator. I will never stop saying she's a predator. She seeks out children's photos. She uses any type of trauma like associated with that child and puts it on her page. You can never, nobody can never, ever tell me that Spread Love is not a fucking predator. I don't care.
Oh, I fully believe she is. I fully believe she is because whenever Tiffany was posting my essay abuser, Spread Love joined in on that shit and started posting my essay abuser and like merging pictures of me and him together in videos saying that we were going to get married and she wants to come to the wedding and shit. It was fucking creepy. That is
And,
predatory behavior 110%.
and that's the type of person that Monster says, I'm really good friends with. I love Spread. I talk to Spread all the time. Spread's my friend.
And that's whenever I posted a video on my TikTok page. It was one screenshot because, listen, I keep screenshots for a short amount of time if I have to take them and keep them in my phone, but then I delete that shit because I don't have the storage space. But
Not
I think it
me.
was whenever.
Not me. I got screenshots from 2021. Bitch, if I ever have to prove myself, I'm gonna be able to.
I mean, we all know that about you. Like, I mean, you do you, whatever. But no, I think it was whenever Monster and then we're like outraged about Sunshine posting kids and Monster, you know, and all of them are like, well, Spread Love's wanting all the children taken down and blah 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 blah. And Monster was trying to say that Sunshine was worse than Spread, and I'm like, bitch, are you good? Like, are you good? Like, are you okay? Because I think Sunshine is better than Spread because Spread is the scum of the earth. So to see people defend Spread Love and come down so hard on Sunshine because Sunshine was reacting, like that shit, nope. Spread Love
That's
is
the
the
thing though,
devil.
is Sunshine reacts, right? But everybody knows Sunshine's identity, who she is, where she's at, all the fucking things. Right? There's no secret when Sunshine decides to post something. When Spread does it, still, even though Scammy got a case, there are still questions a lot of people have. Nobody really actually knows if that is indeed the person doing it. And the way she posts shit is creepy as fuck.
extremely creepy, and the way like it gives like serial unaliver vibes. Straight up. Straight up. Like stalker, serial unaliver vibes, all of that shit. Mm-mm.
Unhinged, I post if Mattress is still awake, I posted a video on Reddit earlier tonight or a little bit ago tonight on Reddit, and it was like literally the FBI was called on me in 2022 and I'm still waiting for the FBI to show up at my house. Like, you can't cancel somebody. Even Smash says it. And this is maybe Smash's ego. Like, you can't cancel me. It doesn't matter what I do or what I say. People are still going to support. I'm going to find a way to manipulate the people that still like me to still like me. And I'm still going to have a following. I tell people, if you don't like me, get the fuck out. I don't give a flying fuck. Bye.
I mean, coming from the anti-scam side of TikTok, it didn't matter how much awareness we put out there about those scammers, how shitty human beings they were, all of the fuck shit they did. I'm talking all of the awareness, all of the endless amounts of lives and videos we put out there, they were still going to have people supporting them 110% of the way.
Like,
So,
I don't even know a fuck. Like, I really don't know much about Lisa Richards, but I'm sure she still has support on this app.
dude, I can never go down that rabbit hole with Lisa because
I'm just saying, like,
I'm just saying though, you know, you brought her up, but me personally, coming from anti-scam, that was one rabbit hole I can never go down because it was honestly really fucking sad to see. Um, but I'm sure she does have people that still support her. I mean, at the end of the day, you're always going to have somebody, even if it's one, two, three, maybe five people in your corner.
right. Unhinged, just to let you know, this week I have 10 pods of Starbucks vanilla roast. Okay? Just so I can be transparent. That I don't know. I'm just like earlier, obviously, I popped the fuck off when I came live. I had some shit to say because it doesn't matter. Like I said, it doesn't matter how long I'm quiet. People just keep yapping. And then when I respond, it's a fucking issue. Okay? Because tomorrow is going to be a huge fucking issue. Everything I said tonight.
Oh, and you know, this shit's going to get replayed probably tenfold when they see that I was in your box. And I really don't care. Like, I'm at the point, Retina, where I legitimately don't give a flying fuck what people think about me on this app anymore.
Well, welcome to the club. You should have came here sooner.
And you know what? Yeah, I came to you privately. I didn't go public and address it. I came to you, and I was very fucking pissed, and I yelled at you, and you know, it took me a few days, and I had a lot of foul shit to say about you, Retina. I absolutely did.
Yeah.
And then, you know, me and Megan had a phone conversation, and she got me to see things from a different perspective. Do I agree with what Megan did? No, she knows that. Do I agree with what you did? No, I don't. But like you told me earlier, you respected me on my feelings, and you did, and I thank you for that. And you said that's for you to answer to. That's your business. I personally don't like Stop the BS. I think she's an evil, vile, sick fucking woman, and her son should not be walking or breathing on this earth because that's how I feel as a survivor. Anybody that harms children, especially in an SA manner, you do not deserve to live. But me as a survivor, I can say that when I came to my senses, and I've been watching a lot of shit unfold lately with live replays, that I've calmed down. My rage has calmed down. Whenever I was in Sunshine's Live the other night, and we were hanging out right before the 4th, we were all talking and laughing and shit. I was calm then. My emotions get the best of me. I am the first one to admit that, and I lashed the fuck out. But I don't think you're a horrible person, Retina. I don't. Um,
Here's
and I
my
don't.
question. In
Okay.
all those messages you sent to me, right? And the snaps and the videos you made, did I respond to you in any derogatory way?
No, you didn't. You basically told me, if that's how you feel, that's how you feel. You, and I took that kind of like, well, she don't give a fuck. In the moment, I was like, she don't give a fuck. But did I press it with you any further? No, I didn't. I did what I did. I modded. I walked away. I removed you as a mutual. I did not block you. I got you off of my snap, of course. But no, you did not proceed, and you were not rude. You were just like, well, that's how you feel. That's how you feel. That's all you said to me.
Right, because there's just, I think, certain things in life, it doesn't matter. You can argue, I can argue my point, you can argue your point, right? Until we're blue in the face. And at the end of the day, how we feel is still going to be how we feel unless there's space to grow or understand or change or anything, right? So to me, I have learned on this app, I don't need to just because you disagree with me, I don't need to attack you. I don't need to tell you, you know what, Violet, get fucked. If you don't like it, go fuck yourself. You know, there's no need for that. Like, if that's how you feel, cool. You did what you had to do. And I'm okay with that. And this is a trauma response, and I've learned it in therapy that I am so comfortable with people just like walking away from me that like I don't need to respond. If somebody wants to walk away from me, they're going to walk away from me. I'm not going to plead, I'm not going to bargain, I'm not going to beg. You know what I mean? And that is a response that I have learned a long time ago. That is just one of my trauma responses from shit that happened a long time ago. And so that's why like if people don't like me or disagree with me, go ahead, walk away. It's okay. I'll be okay. I'll keep. I'll survive, and you'll survive. You know what I mean? I don't have to degrade somebody that has a difference of opinion, unless you're any of the motherfuckers I addressed at the beginning of this live. Y'all can go get fucked. But talking
See,
about like this situation, I I didn't need to respond. That's a is a very sensitive subject, and I respect that.
and you did respect it. You absolutely did, because I didn't hear you. I mean, you didn't post any videos. You didn't bring me up whenever you were live or anything like that. And honestly, I'm trying to work on that myself, Retina, where if people want to walk away from me, I have to let them the fuck go. And that shit's hard for me to do. Not with everybody that I meet on this app, but if I call you a friend and we talk about some deep personal shit off the app and we get to know each other, when you shut the door on me, it's really hard. And I have a habit of that. Like whenever you set boundaries with me and you walk the fuck away from me, I'm like, wait a fucking minute, no. You're gonna hear my hurt because I don't understand. But at the same time, I'm just like, I don't care anymore. I legitimately don't care anymore. But it's still hard. And to see so many people unfollow me, unfriend me, walk the fuck away from me, but keep certain people around them because of who I sit with and because I don't cut people off at the drop of a dime. Dude, that shit sucks. Like, it fucking sucks.
Yeah, I mean, when we're talking about the app, situation, I just been around it for so fucking long that I'm just numb to it. Like, bye. I will never beg another soul. I mean, Holly could even hop up in this box right now and say, when she said, you know what, I'm mad at you, I'm doing this because of this, X, Y, and Z. I, I didn't argue. I didn't beg her. I did nothing. And it didn't mean that I devalued our friendship at all. Did it hurt? Sure did. Was I going to show it or prove it or say anything about it? Nope. Because I just learned a long time ago on here, it's just easier to say okay when it comes to shit like that.
Yeah. And I honestly I have a lot of respect for you and Holly both with the way y'all went about that break or y'all's friendship, because I think both of y'all went about it the right way 110%. Y'all didn't, go bash each other, and that's how it should be on this app. Like when you're close to somebody and you share a deep connection or a friendship with them, and y'all have to take some time apart or walk away from one another, don't go talk shit about each other on live platforms. Don't go outing DMs and stuff like that. And you and Holly went about it the right way. And then whenever I listened to Holly Mae's live on the 3rd to see both of y'all in there, I was like, hey, get it, I think that you and Holly Mae, honestly, y'all are a force to not be reckoned with. And that's not me kissing your ass or Holly Mae's. I don't even know Holly on a personal level, but I have a lot of respect for Holly Mae, even though I don't know her. And y'all clock shit and y'all respond. The whole time I was listening to her live on the 3rd, I was like, God damn, just clocking shit left and right. So I had a lot of respect for y'all in that live.
And I think people, that's the difference, I think, between some friendships on this app and friendships that start on this app is, oh, trust me, I'll show any fucking text Malibu or Smash has ever said or sent about me, right? You're not gonna find me sharing a fuck thing about mine and Holly's friendship, because mine and Holly's friendship was so far off this app that our friendship just on this app, you guys just got to enjoy, if that makes sense.
I have a friend like that from my old group here on TikTok where um, back in like 2023, they got entertainment out of how we approach situations. They got to see clippets and snippets of us on the platform, but they don't know the deep rooted connection we had off the platform. And through all the turmoil and all of the bullshit I went through with my old group, I'm still friends with this woman to this fucking day. And she doesn't even come on TikTok. And we talk like we don't talk all the time, but whenever we talk, it's like no time has passed. And she's told me, because she sees me get myself into hot water on this app sometimes, because she does come on here, but she's not on here all the time. And she's like, are you good? Do you need me to do this for you? I mean, I don't give a fuck. I'll get in a box and I'll say this. And I'm like, it's okay. I can handle my own.
Right.
And I thank God. Like, I mean, honestly, I thank God for meeting some genuinely good people off of here. Like, genuinely good people. Not everybody's loyal to you, and a lot of people are snakes, and they're going to test you, and they're going to push your limits, and they're going to, put all of your shit out there whenever the tables turn because they want to fit in somewhere. But the ones that cling to you, the ones that understand you and forgive you and take the time out to understand you, and they love you, that you meet off of this app, hold those people close. Hold them close. Straight up.
I will never forget the one time there was a live where Bree, I think it was Bree. It was either Bree or unknown had said, "Oh, well, Retina has no friends except for Holly, Myrna, Duff, and Spill, right?" Um, none of y'all would have ever known when we have gotten into it off this app at all, ever. And if any of us have ever walked away, came back, whatever, none of that has been shown. Because, again, like I said, there are people you meet on here and become friends with. And then there are people you are just friends with on this app. And there's a huge fucking difference. If I can share my fucking child, if I can share any part of my family at all with anybody off this app, I am never worried. I would never, ever lay awake at night, ever wondering if that shit would ever make it back to this app or make it to a Reddit post. Ever, ever, ever in my life. Because it is unfortunate that there are some people on here that will never experience that. They have just surface level friendships, or as the tide blows. I mean, let's be fucking honest. Here's a good prime fucking example. We all seen when Misfit, or not all of us, okay, some of us seen when Misfits was putting out the DMs of everybody and with Smash and all of that, right? And Misfits was asking about Nelson. And Smash said, oh, apparently I'm blocked on all these accounts, but here's this one, right? Funny to this day, now Nelson is sitting in a box as they think it's funny to like clown me like they're doing something. Ma'am, y'all just had each other blocked. Like blocked the fuck up. And you're only coming together to talk shit about somebody else. That says more about you than it says about me. The fuck is that? Boo, what are you doing? Sorry. Fucking hear a weird noise in your house and you're like, what the fuck is that?
Listen, I'm standing on my porch, and when I heard that, because my earbuds are turned all the way up, I looked over my shoulder like, what the fuck was that? I
Did you hear that? That's Boo, yes. Like, fucking pounding his water bottle, or his water bowl, or her water bowl, like, it ain't full. Like, what are you doing? I'm just saying, like, there are people on this app, I don't give a fuck. Because if you a fake fucking bitch, okay? If I know you are fake on the front, absolutely fake on the front, and different on the back, and we have a falling out, I'm gonna prove that shit if you ever fucking question me. And then there are people that I am just friends with, which there's just shit I just know I have friendships with that are never like that. Okay? The only reason, and people might not, no, it's not her food dish. It's her fucking water bowl. And she has a fucking fountain that runs fresh, cold, metal water. And she takes this fucking ceramic bowl and like tips it every once in a while so the water moves so she can drink out of it. I don't know what she's doing. Okay, maybe she's possessed, I'm not sure, but what I'm saying is there are people that are absolutely fake on this app, and I absolutely know it. So if you ever fucking question me, I'm gonna put your whole shit out there. I don't give a flying fuck, and my part included. But there are also people I'm just friends with that I would never disrespect, and they would never disrespect me, no matter how fucking mad I am at them. And if me and Holly want to be in a box together, if me and Holly want to go live for the next fucking 362 fucking days together, it's nobody's fucking business but our own. You can either enjoy it or you can talk shit about it. But it's nobody else's fucking business but our own. They never, no, they don't drink out of the toilet because I got bleach water and all the things. But I started putting like a cold bowl of ceramic water down every night. And she like tries and tips it every once in a while, like taps it so it like moves. Like if you want fresh flowing water, go to the fucking fountain 2 steps away. Or she's just trying to ruin my hardwood floor. I don't know. One of the two.
And you want to know something? So I haven't like gone out, like had a night out at the bar, went out and did anything like that with my husband in about 2 years. Yeah, we've had date days and stuff like that, but like a date night, we haven't had that up until the 4th of July weekend. And I will tell you this, to reconnect with life, to sit around people in front of you, to have conversations with them, to be out in the real world, one of the best feelings I've had in a long time. Honestly. Honestly.
See, I wish I could enjoy that, but like me going out in public, ugh. No, she is. Oh, this is a bad picture. She ain't strong. She just, yes. I don't even know why her belly hangs the way it does, but when she comes running, you just see the belly swaying on the floor.
Oh, I was like, wait a damn minute, is that a damn nipple or what?
It is a fucking nipple, but I don't even know why it's a fucking nipple. I was trying to show a picture of how strong she is. Oh, fuck.
Oh, here we go with the bow again.
But this was Christmas, okay?
I know, but it's so cute though.
Yeah, she ain't strong. And the crazy thing is like you see her running, right? And her belly just be flowing to and fro, right? But she has like, I swear to God, the tiniest paws. Just like, why are your paws so fucking tiny opposed to your whole entire body? That's a lot of cat.
And beg you for food?
No, you want to know what this one does? Okay. Okay, I have a 25-pound auto feeder, okay? And every night when I get home, I always feed them wet food. It always has been. It is what it is, okay? And I can be trying to put groceries away, and it's just mainly Chip now that meows, acting like he needs to be fed. But Boo will run to the auto feeder, right? Have like 2 nibbles and look at me. Have a couple more nibbles and then look at me. Like she ain't ate at that thing all fucking day long. She just runs to it the second I get home and acts like the food is new to her. Like, do you see me? I'm hungry. Do you see me nibbling over here? Do you see me? Do you see me? I need to be fed. Every single night. Like two little nibbles and then looks at me. 2 little nibbles, looks at me. I'm like, bitch, I know you've been eating at this motherfucking auto feeder all goddamn day.
Listen, that's what my my little boy Chihuahua has been doing lately, because my little girl Chihuahua, we put her on wet food, right? Like wet dog food. And my little boy Chihuahua, he's all like, "What the fuck are you doing, Mom?" Like he thinks that she's getting special treatment. And I'm like, "Dude, you're included." So I try to get him onto the wet food just like her. So she eats wet food, he eats dry food, and he literally starts pouting. He's like, "Mom, I'm over here starving." And I'm like, "No, you got a whole bowl full of dry food, but you won't eat this wet dog food." And then, oh my God, animals are so extra. For fuck's sakes.
Okay, but does yours have a self-portrait?
remember you showed this in Sunshine's Live the other night. That's fucking funny.
When my daughter brought this to me, I said, "Get the fuck out of here,"
That's funny.
because the accuracy is wild. Yeah. Do you see how tiny? Like, I don't know if you guys can actually understand. I will take a picture one day, but her paws are so fucking tiny compared to when she runs and her belly flows.
Retina, can a mod or you big box me? So, this was the other day.
No.
I introduced my little boy Chihuahua to sleeping on a pillow, like putting his head on a pillow, and he was zonked within 15 minutes, and he has his little tongue sticking out.
And now you will never be able to let him sleep any other way.
Lord, like God dang, like having animals is like dealing with two little toddlers. They're crazy and so spoiled. I mean, look at that face with his little dinosaur blanket. Come on now. Hang on.
Yeah, but you realize like there will always need to be a pillow now, right? That's just how it works.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. Because not the little teeth in the tongue. I can't.
I'm listen, I miss this motherfucker so bad. But just it was always like when he was just zonked, the little tongue just out.
So he still hasn't come home.
Mm-mm.
Oh my God, Regina,
I
I'm so sorry.
I mowed the down all the way to the stop sign into the cemetery. I've checked every outbuilding for the first 2 weeks. When before I left for work, I would walk around the outside shaking trees, calling him. When I got home, I would do the same thing. I literally just have, and I even have looked for obviously just remains, just so I would have something. Nothing. Not have I just have no idea. I just have no fucking idea.
You know, listen, oh my God. I had my dachshund put down, my soul dog, back in 2022 because she had heart failure. I had her for about 12 years, and she was my soul dog. I had her throughout my 20s, going into my late 20s. And when I put her down, I felt like I lost a kid. Uh, I had love that had nowhere to go, so I was grieving like no other. I couldn't even function. And then a year later, I had to put our Chihuahua down because he had prostate cancer and it was extremely aggressive. I felt guilty and I felt all of these emotions and feelings, giving my babies dignity and putting them out of their misery and out of pain. I still feel guilty for that because I wanted them to live forever with me. So to know that to know that Tex is out there and you don't even know, I don't even know if I could even fucking deal with that. It's the what ifs and uh
Like I have I've talked about this, right? Like I have a barn and outbuilding that I know I need to figure out if the fire department wants to do a testing burn or whatever to take it down. And then I have two good outbuildings. I have searched them high and low. I have walked I have 10 acres. I have walked these 10 acres multiple times looking for at least remains. I've looked in the ditch to see if there was remains. I've walked out by the fucking train tracks to see if a coyote got him, which would be crazy, but you know, I don't know. And it's the fact that he was just gone one day. Just fucking gone. And y'all know how, like, obviously seeing my content, right, is enough to know, like, the relationship I had with him. And it is crazy because he was like my first cat. And yeah, I have no fucking idea. And for all the dumb bitches that are gonna talk shit about this tomorrow, like,
You know what, Retina? You know what? For anybody to make make fun of somebody, you know, going through grief or having a missing fur baby, like for them to make light of that. It's even having a fur baby put down. For people to make fun of anything that people go through and experience that is heavy and dark for them, that speaks a lot of volumes about that person. It honestly does. And it's not your fault that he got out, Retina, and I pray to God he comes back home to you. Because it's not impossible. It's not impossible. But don't blame yourself, and easier said than done, because I've never had a missing pet, but oh my God. Uh
oh, I still, like, I have hope every once in a while where, like, I'll hear, like, a barn cat, like, and I'm not kidding you, for the first 3-4 weeks, every time I heard one of the barn cats, like, get into, like, a little tuffle, I was outside instantly just to make sure, like, it wasn't Tex and them, right? And, like, I still am, like, you know, who knows? Maybe I'll show up. But people are like, oh, you know, maybe I went to your neighbor. I don't have a fucking neighbor for him to go around. Like, I posted him on the closest Facebook page that I found in my area just to ask if anybody's seen or anything. And my thing, like, I worried though, like, right, like, if anybody did find him, just at the doctor the other day for my other knee, but I was like, hey, look, my cat bites are almost healed. Like, I still have scars from the last time he mauled me. And that's what I worried about, is like, he would maul somebody if somebody tried to pick him up, right? And because that's the only time he did that was because he was in fear. And you know, it's just like a missing piece. And Chip somehow, I think, is trying to fill the void, because Chip sleeps on me now, annoyingly, more than Tex did. Tex would, like, come up every night, put his little paws around my neck, give me a hug, and then, like, go sleep on his pillow, right? Chip decides he needs to sleep upon me. Doesn't matter if I'm on my stomach or my back. It doesn't matter if I push him off 19 times. He's coming back 20 times to sleep in the same position where he just was. So I think he's trying to maybe fill that void, but it'll just never be the same. And I have thought about the other day, I was like, you know what, maybe I'll take Chip to Tractor Supply and, you know, in the backpack, and see how that goes. And I think it'll be okay, but it's just not the same. Like, I'm sorry. Tex was my first cat, and he has obviously been my sole, not my sole personality, but, like, when I show my cats on here, Tex is the personality that I show, you know?
I don't care what you say, Tex was your soul cat. You know, you have animals that And that's why we call them our soul dogs, our soul cat, our soul fur babies. You know, they just, some of them heal a part of us that we have no idea that needed to be healed. Even if they were aggressive, or even if they were a little shithead, or, stressed us out, the innocent can heal the people that carry an anchor of hurt throughout their whole fucking life. The innocent, animals and babies included, help fill a dark void in people's hearts. And I fully believe that Tex was your soul cat. And it breaks my heart to see people just be so insensitive about that shit. Because I give a shit more about animals than I do humans. Like, period. And to see people make fun of, people losing their fur babies or animals, or to be cruel to animals or neglect them, abuse them, etc., it fucking infuriates me.
Oh yeah, it was like Cartel's fucking one comment the one day. Oh, Tex ran away because cats don't like to be dressed up. As I made the motherfucker wear the t-shirts all the time. You know what I mean? Like, or when she was like, "Run, Tex, run, Tex, run." Like, I just like don't understand that, because I never thought I would be so connected to pets the way I have been. And like, you're right, maybe it healed something in me.
They do heal. Animals heal. Just
Because
like babies heal.
when I came home and Mex was sick, I had Tex and Mex first. Like, I got Tex, and then I realized I couldn't just have Tex. I thought he needed a playmate, so I went and got Mex. But when Mex got sick, and I called my parents, and I called all the vets that night, and nobody called me back, I brought him over to my parents' house with a bed and a blanket. And I was like, I can't do this, right? So I just covered him up. And like, I never ever thought I would be emotional about a fucking pet. And then my mom called me the next morning and was like, "Yep, he passed." And obviously they took care of it, because that is something I couldn't fucking do. But it's just like, I don't know. I've just realized, like, I can say some fucked up shit on this app, but like, there's also just cruelty for absolutely no reason on this app.
Yeah, there is. There's a lot of cruelty on this app, Retina. There's a lot. A lot. A lot of insensitive fucking people on here. Oh my god, you got me tearing up.
Krista, that's what I'm talking about. Like, Tex got like seasonal outfits. Like, if I could show you my family photo with me, my daughter, and our cats and their outfits, I would love to show that, but I can't. My friends have seen it, but I can't just show that. But it's just like weird. I I don't know. It's not even weird to me at this point. Like, I mean, like, Smash saying, well, your cat ran away, so you should return everything you got on your wish list for your cats for Christmas. Okay, so your baby died, right? Your child died. You should return all that shit, right? Like, I mean, and I know comparing a child and an animal is not the same, but in the same aspect, like, what because Ranger bought a few things, I should return it? Good. Have Ranger send me her fucking Cash App and I'll repay it.
I'm just gonna say this real quick. A lot of people say having a child and having a fur baby is not comparable, and I've always said, whenever it comes to love, there's no difference. Whenever it comes to things you have to do in their day to day life, yeah, there is somewhat of a difference. But um, my fur babies, my two Chiweenies, my fat little cat, my two outdoor cats, those are my babies. I can't have children. I have PCOS and I have possibly endometriosis, and then I have hypothyroidism, Hashimoto's. Um, Getting pregnant for me is not easy. I would absolutely love to have one child in my life. Doesn't matter what gender, doesn't matter if they have Down syndrome or disability. Would fill such a void in my heart that is completely indescribable until you like go go through like childhood abandonment and not having a parent present for you. And I'm not trying to trauma dump at all, but my fur babies are my world. And if I go throughout the rest of my life without ever having a child, my fur babies have helped fill that void, and they are my children. And to see people be so insensitive towards animals, because animals are completely innocent. They love unconditionally. They love with all their might. And there goes my dog barking right now. What are you doing, little shit? What,
You
want to
know
come
that you
outside?
say that, Violet, is crazy because I had thought about this, but like I just miss it. Like my mind is fucked up, right? Is I got text right after I had my hysterectomy. And that was like such an emotional ride for me to decide to either live in pain and, right, maybe give somebody a child another day, or live without pain and have a hysterectomy and never be able to have a child again. And I dismissed that for a long time when I like compared the two because it was like, that's just bullshit, right? But it's true. Like, if you've never had that at an age where you can still bear children taken away from you, it's really something that fucks with your head. Like, it was such back and forth. Like, do I try and just live through all of this pain and all this shit just in case I meet somebody one day that's never had a child and I can give them a child? Or do I take care of myself and have this hysterectomy, right? So I don't have to live through that anymore. And then I got text right after that. And I always I've thought about it recently. I've it's came across my mind a few times, and I just really just dismissed it. Like, no, that's not, it's not comparable. It's that's just, it's just me in my head kind of situation.
Oh my god. God damn it. Hang on.
Don't you cry.
Bitch, I cry about everything. You don't like cry about everything. Just give me a second.
A reheated treat. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead and share the live right now. That's perfect time for you to share live. Well, thank you, Krista. Zeta, you're not crying. You were supposed to be sleeping a long time ago. Well, I gotta pee, so I'm gonna go pee and you blow your nose. Came back, assholes. It is. How the fuck is it already 3? Jesus. Zeta, unhinged. Y'all let me go past my bedtime.
Okay, I'm here. I had to collect myself because, oh my fucking god, Retina, you had me bawling.
I'm sorry.
No, girl, listen, I cry about everything. I'm not bullshitting you.
This is why I can't get into like Netflix and like TV series because I just like get all emotionally involved and start crying.
Well, I'm just gonna say, don't ever watch House of the Dragon because
I've
when
heard
seeing
about that.
no, listen, seeing CGI made up fake fucking dragons get unalived in that show, oh, I will be screaming on my knees. I'm not kidding.
I get so wrapped up into TV shows, it's crazy. I'm just like, just start crying. Listen, Winsworth had me going for like a year and a half. Like, ugh. And the
What
Winsworth,
worth?
yes. And the
I've never
finale,
seen it.
ugh. The finale made me
Should I watch
hate.
it?
You should.
Okay, I'm going to.
But I'm telling you, like, That fucking finale, oof, I wanted to punch some people. How the fuck did you end it like that?
Okay, well, did anybody here or you, Retina, ever watch Orange is the New Black?
Yes, of course I
Oh
did.
my God. That show had me in my fucking feels.
Yeah, I cried a few times there too. Listen, I started with Orange is the New Black, and then I went to Winsworth. And Winsworth is more realistic and a lot more, I don't want to say violent, but just so much more realistic. But then the dramatics of it is so like, oof. Just listen. If you even kind of enjoyed Orange is the New Black, you need to watch Winsworth. Okay, I promise you.
So listen, I loved Orange is the New Black. I think it came out back in like 2012 or 2013, like right after I graduated from high school, and I got into it big time. Um,
Then
and
I promise you,
some
Winsworth is your new go-to.
and a lot of my friends that were also into Orange is the New Black, they were like, "Oh, we just started watching, Wentworth," and I'm like, "Well, uh, I can't watch it because I don't have Netflix, you know." But then they gave me their Netflix accounts, and I was able to finish like Orange is the New Black, and they were like, "Start Wentworth," and I'm like, "I don't know," but a lot of people said that Orange is the New Black makes prison seem not fun, but the expectations are not realistic. Like it's
It's
almost
really not. I'm not gonna lie. When she died in, in the chow hall, that about killed me. But the reality, like from somebody being in prison, the reality of like Orange is the New Black is like meh. But when you watch Winsworth, it's a whole new fuck. I think it's based out of New Zealand, I believe, if I am accurate. Um, but, but the dramatics of it makes it so much
it's
better than Orange is the New Black.
Wentworth is a lot more darker. It's more based on what prison is actually like
Correct.
versus Orange is the New Black. So now that you said that, listen. I need a show to watch because Dutton Ranch is done. All I have is House of the Dragon on Sunday nights, so I'm gonna start binging. I'm gonna start binging Wentworth tomorrow night. I'm not bullshitting you. I'm gonna start binging it. But whenever I start bawling my eyes out, Tina,
You
I'm
can
gonna
come to
send
me.
you like 50 voice notes, bitch. I'm
You
like,
know what other show got to me? What is it? All American All Star. I don't know why, but that was another show that I got so into, and I was like crying all the time. Like that's what happens when I get into actual like like shows with episodes of, like Netflix. I just be crying. Like people think I'm just such a cold-hearted bitch, but I just be like watching TV shows crying all the time.
same. I'm not listen. Okay, I'm gonna be so honest with y'all right now. Okay, um, everybody, wants to talk shit about Violet, right? And call me a racist and this, that, and the third, and cut me the fuck off. But I literally cry about everything. I'm an empath, okay? Do I talk big shit out of my mouth and out the side of my neck? Absolutely. Am I about that life? Will I stand 10 toes in front of you and punch you in your motherfucking face and catch a charge? Or catch a charge? Yes, I will. Does Violet drink? She absolutely does. Okay, but I've cut back. Am I drinking tonight? Yeah, I've had a few. I don't give a fuck. But I'm a softie, man. Like, I'm legitimately a softie. I will sit here on my porch and I will listen to Enya or music that just speaks to my soul, and I will cry for like 45 minutes to 2 fucking hours about everything.
What? How?
That's how much of a softie. I don't know, girl.
What? Who the fuck is violating Violet right now?
Like, I talk a lot of
Like,
shit. Listen.
We are
Like,
talking about crying in TV shows, and y'all reporting violence.
I will literally stand here on my porch and I will listen to music and cry
I
for
hear
like
you.
a good hour. Cause goddamn, y'all don't know the shit I've been through in my life, man. Y'all don't know a fuck. I mean, some of y'all do, but y'all don't know everything I've been through.
Facts. If Kool-Aid, what are we doing awake? Well, let's see. I cussed a whole bunch of people out and told them about themselves. And then I've been crying since. I'm just kidding. That's pretty much the synopsis of my life tonight.
Oh God, Kool-Aid, I cry all the fucking time. All the time. I just wanna I listen, I'm very misunderstood. I am very genuinely misunderstood. Very misunderstood.
Oh,
Um
and here comes Mama Bear. I talked to her 4 hours ago. She got up to go pee and was in
that's Mama
bed.
Bear's car. That's Mama Bear's car. That's not
Yeah,
Mama
that's what I'm saying.
Bear's.
4 hours ago, she got up to go pee. Okay, and was in bed. Why are you in my life?
No, that's not Mama Bear. That's Mama Bear's car.
No,
You know?
well, I just said Mom. I
No, you
abbreviated
said
it.
Mama.
Oh, but I'm just saying. I literally talked to her 4 hours ago, and she got up to go pee. Oh, you had to pee again. Okay.
But like, I'm sincerely misunderstood. I really fucking am. But whenever people take the time out to truly get to know me and see me, God, man, I love you guys for that. And all I want to do is try to understand people and love people and have them love me back. That's all I want. That's all I want. That's all I want.
Well, I don't know how much that can be successful on this app. There are the far and the few between, right? You've met them, I've met them, but that's more of a tangible in life. Who's Violet? Shelby, don't fucking worry about who's Violet.
Hey. Rutina.
Oh,
Shelby.
um, you will meet those folks on here, and then you will meet everybody else that will just stab you in the back, no matter how good you thought you were being to them at the time, right? They'll just throw you to the dirt, throw some labels on you, try and drag you as much as possible, whatever.
Yeah.
And then you turn into me, like the beginning of my life, where I just read everybody for filth and showed proof, and then I cried. So, you know, call it my mental health. I don't know. Sure. How about everybody tomorrow just run with that? Just run with my mental health. Just degrade that as much as you possibly can tomorrow. But like I said, Virgo, when you're on live talking shit about people, you shouldn't be filling out UA forms for your employees, okay? I'm just saying, putting their information out there for the world to read about how they pass their random UAs each year, and all that documented. Thank you, Mikey. You shouldn't be doing that. That's probably frowned upon. Okay, probably frowned upon. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I know PPO. I know you're not all like that.
Girl, listen, this live's going to be replayed probably 50 plus times tomorrow. They're going to be like, hey, Retina was crying and Violet's crying. They're racist. Blah, blah, blah. Listen.
Hey, you know what I never did? Listen, I never took my employees' UA results and hand wrote their results on a piece of paper that's legible for the world to read on a live stream. So, I mean, there's that. I haven't done that one. Haven't done that one. And again, I also haven't been diddling on my pillow with a female on the phone while my child walked in and told them to shut the door and then crashed out on live and said, "It's normal for kids to walk in on their parents doing the nasty, and it's normal." No, it's not. No. No, ma'am. No, Nelson. Not when you're on the phone with your one of your flings, okay? You
Well,
can't be you can't be doing that.
I'm just gonna be honest. There was a few times whenever I was little and I needed my mama, and they had the bedroom door closed, and I thought they were sleeping, and I'd be like, "Whoa!" But they'd be like, "Whoa, what the fuck are you
Right.
doing in here?" And I'm like, "Ah!" And they
You
would
ran
cover
out.
themselves.
You
And
ran out, right?
yep. And my
But
mom would come to me and be like, "Hey, like,
yeah, but I mean, I'm guessing you weren't diddling your bean when it was time for school to get out and your kid came home and you just yelled at them and told them to shut the door. you know?
oh no, yeah, no." They covered themselves up, and they were, yeah. The action stopped immediately whenever I would walk in on them when I was a kid.
Yeah, it's kind
And
of
my mom would
crazy.
find me. Yeah.
No,
But
it's
I will
you
say
guys.
this.
You guys have to realize it's not HIPAA. HIPAA only applies to clients and stuff like that.
Okay, so
Virgo Virgo was allowing her employees' information to be out on live, not
it's
a
not a
not a
violation
patient.
of because whenever I came into Retina's live a couple hours ago, I was like, "Oh, that's a violation of HIPAA." No, because Retina explained to me, no, it wasn't a patient or a resident. And I was like, "Okay, cool." But whenever I was in my old group and I worked at an assisted living facility that I no longer work at, I would be at work, I would be on the phone with my friends that I met from TikTok and this, that, and the fucking third, be on video calls, and because it calmed my anxiety to talk to people while I was at work, right? But I focused on my job. And my friends from that old group know that I took care of my little residents, my little elderly people and stuff like that. And whenever we were friends, HIPAA was never violated. But whenever the tables turned on me, they were like, "Oh, Violet, violated HIPAA and blah, blah, blah," because her little elderly people were shown whenever she was on video calls and shit. No. Does HIPAA sometimes apply when residents or patients protected under HIPAA are seen on video or camera? Absolutely. But the assisted living facility that I worked at, all of the families signed waivers for their loved ones, aka the residents, to be put out in the public eye. So whenever the tables turned on me, my old group was like, "Oh, let's go for Violet's job. We're gonna get her for violating HIPAA." And so many lies were thrown out there about me that I showed naked residents on video calls, and that I showed naked residents in pictures. No, never fucking happened.
Jesus.
And again, oh yeah, they were coming for my job, Retina. They were gonna come for my fucking job, and I was like, "The fuck?" And I was only making $15 an hour as a CNA, and I'm like, "Bro, I people that know me know that I put my heart and my soul into healthcare work, and I absolutely fucking do." Uh, but I also had people from my old group say, "Well, no, I've worked in healthcare, and Violet never showed documentation." Where HIPAA really okay, so what it comes down to, where HIPAA really fucking takes authority is resident documentation,
Right.
paperwork, diagnosis, shit like that. Shit like that. So there's a lot of gray lines with HIPAA, and before people want to come on here and be like, "Oh, it's HIPAA, it's HIPAA." No, please do your research. There's a lot of loopholes and there's a lot of gray lines with HIPAA.
Oh,
But
Kelly, isn't that Kelly? Isn't that's exactly actually what I was just waiting to say? It is super funny. She was worried that the pen she had her name Blair on it as she signed her name signature Blair on the document saying that the employee had passed her uh anonymous UAs, right? She was worried Blair was written on the pen, but she wasn't worried about the actual documents she was showing. Well, she wasn't worried, right, about the UA results there. And Virgo, if you you better watch this live back closer than I did, so you know exactly what I know. Because Miss Ma'am, when you flip images and you clear that shit up, like I said, your mama ain't gonna save you in this one, bitch. And that's what happens when you just keep talking shit for fucking no reason. None.
And listen, I don't condone real life whatsoever because it happened to me. I don't go real life with people. But Virgo, I'm gonna give you a piece of advice here. These little buddies that you have here on TikTok and social media, don't let them know where the fuck you work. Don't let them know what the fuck you do. Don't go live at your job. Don't get on video calls or audio calls with people from social media while you are at your place of employment because it is going to fuck you in your ass.
Oh, you mean Carol Ann's caregiving healthcare where she works for her mama?
I mean, I don't condone it, but listen, Retina, you're teaching a lesson. Retina, you're teaching a lesson. You're teaching a lesson. No, you were teaching a lesson. Virgo, this is the kind of shit that happens. Like, no. Whenever I get a job, because I am actively looking as a phlebotomist, whenever I because from my past experience, do not ever feel comfy with anybody on this app.
Nobody.
Letting them know where you work.
Do you know that not even my closest friends knew where I worked, right? The only way people found out how I worked is when they FOIA'd me getting pulled over. And I was in the cop car, right? Having a conversation because my mom worked for the sheriff's department, right? So I was talking to the state patrol officer, just like having a conversation. And like legitimately just a convo, right? Like, how's your mom? This, that, and the other. Where are you going? Told him where I was going. Asked me where I worked. Told him where I worked. That is the only way people found out where I worked. Is because they FOIA'd that body footage.
But you want to know something? Like, all they're fixated on about that body footage is
how fat I am.
Yep, that's all they're fixated on. Look at her getting in and out of the car or vice versa. That's all they're fixated on is body shaming.
And like I said, Nelson, you can show a body of me climbing up a wall in 2001. Virgo, why don't you get your swollen hands up and your ass on a wall and do the same thing? Show me how you twerk it, girl. Show me up. How about that's your weekend agenda? Try and show me up. Get your ass up on that wall like I did and show me up, right? Because I have no reason to call anybody a cow. I would have never called anybody a cow ever, but for some reason, Virgo, body shaming is your thing. So I feel like you got a little bit of an insecurity. And like I said, when your belly protrudes past your titties, when you're standing in your kitchen, I don't want to hear a fuck thing because I got off my ass and I don't look that way anymore, bitch. So just remember that.
My little belly, my little pudge definitely sometimes protrudes past my titties. But, it's based on what I eat. Like,
Listen, if you got a little gluten intolerance, if you got a little bloat, it's
Bitch.
okay. It's
Love
okay, right?
You look like you're carrying a child. Yep. Yep. It's, I mean, I'm not perfect either. Listen, I have a flat ass. My ass cheeks look like two little flat eggs. Okay? I have thunder thighs, I have big ass boobs, and I have a gut.
I'm sorry. I've been part of the itty bitty titty committee my whole life. I can't comprehend.
Retina, I have 42
Okay,
double booties.
literally, this is me at
So
Christmas, Virgo. Okay, I'm sorry, but we don't compare.
you can see your cheekbones. I listen, whenever I smile, I can see my cheekbones. Can I see my collarbone? Fuck no.
Excuse me.
I'll
She
get
was
there
trying
when
to
we meet.
use listen. She was trying to make digs at me while just using her face today. Everybody can look skinny in the face. Okay, like show me where you rock it, girl.
Regina, please don't tell me you go to bed wearing that whole ass onesie. I'm
No,
serious.
no.
Thank God.
My daughter and I have matching ones, and we took it for our Christmas photo.
I was about to say, because girl, if you go to sleep
It
in
don't got
that,
a butt flap. I would have to get completely naked to go pee.
listen, I live in Texas, okay? So I go to bed naked as fuck every single night with
Oh
my
hell, I
AC
couldn't
set on
sleep.
67.
I can't sleep naked. I can't do it.
No, no. Listen, I gotta sleep in the cold and I sleep butt ass naked. Nope.
No. Also, does anybody know where Malibu's been?
What do you mean where Malibu's been? She was in Virgo's live today, I think.
Well, I haven't seen her in Smash's box as recently that I've seen.
From the live replay of Virgo's that I saw from earlier today, because again, I haven't gone to bed yet, so it's still today for me. But
That's how I
could
work.
have swore I could have swore that Malibu caught a box in there, but
Oh, maybe she. I mean, I might have missed it. I was just curious. That's why I was asking.
Taylor butt ass naked. But you will see my dogs and my cat come out this house before me, and I don't care. I don't care. What the fuck is that, Retina?
Well, they're always on an explore to go find some shit.
Who was that supposed to be?
Bitch, look at it.
Girl, I'm confused. Like, who is that? Is that me and you?
Fuck no.
Okay, I'm just asking. From the nose piercing. Who is that?
That's smashing Malabangs.
Oh, God. Okay, I see it now. I see it. I'm sorry. I saw the nose ring and I was like, wait, I wear a nose ring.
Well,
What the
that's
fuck?
just, well, that's just a little extra. That's just smash and Malabangs, little boots. They always on an explorer for deflection land. They got to go find everything else but their own problem. Somebody
No, not this one. We're so canceled tomorrow. We're done. They're gonna play this live 100+ times.
Oh, they're gonna be so fucking pissed off when it starts, and then they're gonna be fucking confused, and then
They're gonna be like, "Oh, Retina and Violet were intoxicated."
oh yeah,
Yeah.
I'm just hammered right now, slurring
No,
all
I'm
my
not
words.
hammered. Listen, I'm buzzed, but I'm not fucked up. I don't care.
Fuck.
Mama Bear, I'm fixing to go to bed, okay?
This is me being a lap dog. Okay, just in case you missed that this week. Hey, at least Snark, whoever's making your AIs for you, I appreciate them getting my eyebrows. I do appreciate that. Hold on.
Well, I'm just going to say this. Of course, Snark would go live on the 4th of July and bitch about me, Retina, and Sunshine and say how much she hates the United States of America. Snark, I at least hope that you made some hot dogs. Whether you boiled them, I hope you did something fun on the 4th of July because I was sitting in my kiddie pool, not giving a shit. I had a great 4th of July because you should recognize that we are in a country where we are very privileged. Okay, Snark? And do I agree with everything that's happening over in Gaza and the Middle East? No. It's a genocide. It fucking sucks ass. But look at where the fuck you're at. Be privileged. Be thankful that you're here and not in a third world, a third world country. Okay?
I just want to know how do you go from being in a genocide and like having to like run to a fence to get food to living into a really nice house with landscape flowers and birds in a cage outside your house? Like what happened to the genocide? That's where I'm confused, and Snark hasn't cleared that up for me. You know, Bilal, Blue, whatever the fuck his name is,
It's
like
below.
yeah, he
What
in
is
this
going on?
genocide and in the trenches and all of that, and now he's just in a landscaped house with birds. And also, oh god, I have a screenshot that will hold on before I really piss everyone off. Let me piss Snark off right before I go to bed. Hold on, I gotta find this one.
And I'm just going to say this. Can we start giving a fuck what's happening here in our home country? We have veterans, and I'm just going to say, we have veterans, servicemen and women, that give the ultimate sacrifice, Snark, to protect our country from foreign enemies that go overseas. And a lot of our veterans and our servicemen and women are children. They are babies, 17, 18, fresh out of high school. They want to protect and serve this fucking country. And they go overseas into the Middle East, a war that has been going on since Desert Storm, if not longer, Snark, that lose their lives. It's a never ending battle, a never ending story, a never ending war. Can we at least thank our servicemen and women? Can we start fixating and focusing on shit that's happening here in our own home country, on our own home soil? And yeah, I'm drunk. I don't give a shit.
Don't
So judge me.
you can't. You just said you had a couple drinks, and I can't say you're drunk. I don't have the screenshot. But it does.
Like she's wasted.
It does exist. I'm just curious why all of Snark's friends go into Snark's enemies' places because, well, Megan and I and everybody else were jamming out to Queen Butterfly. Why did Bilal go into Megan's live? I'm just curious, Snark. Like, you literally went into Sunshine's live telling Sunshine to block him, like Sunshine of all people would listen to you. But he also just appeared in Megan's live this morning. It was this morning. We were listening to Queen Butterfly, right? Or yesterday morning? Whatever morning it was. Yesterday. He appeared in there. And the screenshot does exist. Okay? So like, why is he going into all the places of all the people that you can't stand? That's my question. Oh, poor Snarkadoodle.
Snark, I hope you hear this. There's a movie from the 90s or the early 2000s called Not Without My Daughter. Watch it. It's called Not With. It's based on a true fucking story. And then come back and tell me how you feel about that shit.
I don't think I've ever heard of that one.
Oh, Retina, you gotta watch. Yes. The movie with Sally Fields. Yes. It's based on a true story. Yep. Yep. You gotta watch that movie, Retina. Not Without My Daughter. It's on Tubi, which is a free app. You don't have to pay for it. Watch that movie, Snark.
Send it to me in a
And see.
DM when we get off. Or
No,
somebody
yeah.
in here send it to me.
Well, I just followed you again, Retina, so you can
Oh, now you just follow it. Now that you've been in my box all night, now you're gonna follow me.
Oh, I'm canceled as fuck.
Yeah. I'm blocking Violet, everybody.
And go ahead and share the messages that I've said about Retina on the back end after the whole Anthony thing. I don't care.
Do it.
I was pissed. Retina knows I was pissed because I screamed at her.
Messages at a time, okay? She was mad.
I was fucking pissed. Yep.
And to be
I was very
fair,
pissed.
listen, don't offend Holly Mae when I say this because she knows how I feel. And a lot of people know this. If your message is over 2 minutes, I listen to about 30 seconds and that's about enough for me. And I move on. And that's why I get yelled at in group chats because I don't listen. That's why Smash and Malibu and Holly would be like, we talked about it. And I was like, well, did I engage? No. Okay, then I didn't listen. I did listen to your messages. I did. I listened to them thoroughly. I heard your point.
And you know what, Retina? If you told people how you felt about my response on the back end, if you even shared that, it's fine. Because I came in hot. I was pissed. I was fucking infuriated with you. But
I think
talked
I
to
told
Megan.
one person. I
It's
was
fine
like,
if you did.
no,
It's fine if
and
you
guess
did.
what? I would love that person to even show him because I guess what? I didn't even talk shit.
Well, I talk quite a bit of shit, but
It's okay. You'll guess what, Violet? You're not the first. You ain't gonna be the last. I promise.
Listen, I think it's been a very productive, talk. Even if we're both under the influence, I don't give a shit. Like,
I'm not
I
under the
don't think,
influence, asshole.
bitch. Yeah, you are, and so am I. It's okay. Shh.
I had one Mike's Hard Lemonade tonight.
I can't get down with Mike's Hard Lemonade. I can't do all that.
Well,
It
it
gives me
was the
heartburn.
extreme. It was 8%, but that was like 3 hours ago. So I think I'm good.
No, but I don't think you're a bad person.
Well, thanks. I'm glad that since you spent all this time in this box tonight, now you decide I'm not a bad
No, I
person.
said it earlier, bitch. Go back and rewatch your live. Like, no. We talked about a lot. I think it was actually I think it was quite healing. I really
See?
do.
And you know what? I'm always open for conversations. Always. Like there are not that many people I will deny a box because if I know you're just gonna get up here and holler and spit at your phone, I'll have a conversation with anybody. I always feel like there can either come to a mutual understanding or you know what, I hear you okay, you hear me, and we just move our ways, right? But I'm not this asshole unless you make me an asshole. Like the beginning of my life, okay? If you missed the beginning of my live, don't worry. It'll be played for the next 14 hours tomorrow.
Yeah, it will. Yep. Yep. If people on the back end would be like, "Oh, did you hear all the shit Violet talked about Retina after that?" Yeah, go ahead. I don't give a fuck.
It was the same thing
Go
Snark
ahead.
tried to do the other day. How Retina and Holly are in a box. I thought they blah blah blah. You have Snark. You of all fucking people have no fucking idea about our friendship. So just shut the fuck up.
No, listen, Christy, it's not going to be replayed 3 times. It's going to be replayed 50 plus 200 times for the next like 2.5 weeks.
Yeah.
Going on
Hey,
a month.
fuck. Even MJ might come back from her glow up just to play it. Who knows? You know, you never know
God.
how you might excite people. You just never know.
That that whole little MJ empire ain't gonna last either. It's not gonna last.
This is the
It's not.
funniest shit about it all. Okay, and it's sad but funny to me because I've been around for so long. Okay, so MJ really started to make bank when she would dress up and replay Snark and give her commentary. Right. There was one night a couple of us were watching. She made over $900 in 10 minutes. Were we pocket watching? Absolutely. Okay. Um that's where she made the money. And then all of a sudden something switched and she asked those same people that were gifting her, making fun of Snark and talking shit about Snark, to help Snark. She asked her people to help with the wish list, to help Snark. Like,
That's what I'm talking about. Fake ass bitches, man.
and here's the thing with parasocial relationships though. There are the people that gift just because they like to hear their name being said. They like the shout out, right? Like it gives them the euphoric feeling, okay? So I project in the next I don't know, let's say 3 weeks, Snark has absolutely started to record who has sent her packages, because those same people that like to be shouted out, right, when they gift live, are going to be writing their names or their TikTok handles on the gifts that they are sending on the wish list. So those people are being noticed, correct? And then it's going to turn into all of the people that when Snark gets mad did not help her. And Snark's going to start screaming at the people that did not help her. What? Watch. Just watch. Promise. I've seen this play out a couple times, or 50 on this app. And that's how Snark works, right? She keeps records of things like that. Like, you helped me, you didn't help me. So I guarantee all of those people that loved those little shout outs in MJ's live are the same people writing their TikTok handle when they send a gift on Amazon. So now Snark knows who is sending and who is not. So when she all of a sudden gets a wild hair, she can call them out for not helping her. Even though if you look at this, when they try and make you feel bad that her grandchild was bullied and didn't get gifts, this here is after Smash and MJ stepped in and said, go ahead, add some things for yourself. We'll help you. This is Snark's wish list. There was Polygrip, there was like a $300 laptop, a gaming microphone, and I don't know, over a $1,000-ish in Visa gift cards. And then there's her dog, which I'm not sure how she's going to start paying vet bills for that dog, but so that's why it looks the way it does. Because if I'm losing hair, your dog isn't getting vet care either. So
Wait a damn minute. That's what her dog looks like?
no, not at the moment.
Oh, okay.
She has I believe, is it a boxer? I don't even know what kind of a dog she actually got. But, if she wants me, she told somebody, me being Sunshine's lapdog, I had too much hair. So somebody came back with a dog looking like
Okay.
mange.
Okay, I get it now.
Yeah. So I just assume since Pam can't afford anything for herself now, I don't know how she's going to afford a dog's vet bills soon. So, It's a tit for tat on the AIs. But yeah, I'm just curious what you needed a $50 gaming microphone for, Snark, honestly, because you're loud enough. Like, you do not need a microphone. Ever, anywhere.
And again, Snark, and I feel like this even whenever I'm sober. If y'all are so passionate about what's going on in the Middle East, sign up, sign up, join the military, go over there and do something about it. Or go move to that country and do something about it. That's how I feel about it.
She was ready to move over there in the middle of a genocide. While she was actively telling people they were running to the fence to get food, Snark wanted to move over there with her grandchild. I mean, make that make any fucking sense.
Never would I fucking ever, because again, the war in the Middle East
is
has
never
been
ending.
going on for years. It's never going to end. And it's all based on oil. Oil. It's all based on oil.
Well, looking at some of these bitches that don't bathe often enough when they go live, I mean, we could start a war over here on forehead oil, but that's for a different day.
And Snark, whenever you play this back early in the morning, whenever you're, going off about me and Retina speaking our thoughts and our opinions, don't you dare say that the war in the Middle East is not based off of oil, because it is. It absolutely fucking is.
Listen, I don't know if you were in here earlier when I said the craziest thing is at midnight when my TikTok refresh, it gives you, gives you your story updates from a year ago. And I literally had made a video a year ago about this bitch toe stomping at the crack ass of dawn. Before I even opened my eyes, she's already live talking shit about me. And I'm like, wow, a year later, nothing's changed. Nothing. I used to wake up at 9 a.m. and have 15 messages. Snark's live talking about, bitch, I haven't even wiped the booger out of my one eyeball, okay? She wouldn't last 15. Could you imagine her having to be submissive and quiet?
Exactly, and that's why I said earlier, Snark, watch the movie, download Tubi onto your phone or onto your TV, and watch the movie Not Without My Daughter with Sally Fields. Because that's what it's actually like over there in the Middle East. Women can't show their hair. Women can't be free. Even children, little girls, have to hide their hair. I would never, as an American citizen, ever want to go to a foreign fucking country that doesn't give a shit about the country I live in, that also made terroristic attacks on this fucking country, 9/11 and a few other times. Never would I fucking ever take myself or a child to a foreign country.
Oh, look, ever. Violet, after all these hours, we finally got our first troll. Finally somebody woke up. Listen, without our daughter, Snark is without her daughter until she needs her government benefits revalidated, and then she needs her daughter. That's the only time Snark needs her daughter, is when her daughter needs to come sign some forms so she can keep getting the assistance that is not actually meant for her. How about that?
Hey, Ouija board spirits, how about you shut the fuck up and stop speaking for people who are deceased? Animals and people included. Okay, thank you.
Imagine telling everybody in the world your father got away from you for good because they're ashamed. Imagine somebody's terminal illness. Like, this is just like the stupid, like, I like some people that want to be trolls, like, you need to do better because the stupidest shit that you say, like, honestly, they got away from you. Yeah, I'm sure terminal illness all depended upon my attitude, right? In 2026 when they've been dead for 6 years. I'm sure that you got me on that one. Tuh. Let me do a brief. Tuh, tuh, puh. I'm gonna lose some fucking sleep over that one. Like, some of y'all are just fucking stupid.
Shit, that's probably Snark. I'm a fucking sneaky girl.
She
I'm
woke up, she
so
already mad.
yeah, her phone's blowing the fuck up right now.
It is about that time. She about to hit that, like, it's,
Oh yeah,
look
girl,
at,
listen,
I can see the sun. I can see the sun trying to peek up, which means Snark's about to go live.
Snark's about to go live. Yep, absolutely, absolutely. And the sun's not even coming up over here yet. Like I don't see. No, the sun's not coming up for another hour where I'm at. But Snark's gonna get all mad and go on live and sit out there on her balcony and bitch.
Well, I mean, at least she's sitting out there bitching and she's not out there putting out employees UAs. So, I mean, she got one up on that one. Oh, yikes the doodles.
No, but
All
I'm
right.
fucking fucking no.
What?
But I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna drop and I'm gonna go to bed.
Me too, because it is 4:30.
Girl, because listen, I gotta go to bed too. But I'm just gonna say this. I'm so sick and tired of people who live here in the United States of America that think we're in the worst shit country possible. Do I agree with everything that's happening in the country? No, the fuck I don't. I think that a lot of shit could be changed because a lot of people are fucking struggling. But if you think we have it bad here, when we have freedom, go move to a third world country. Go move to a foreign country and see how limited you are with freedom of speech and freedom in general. You ain't going to be able to do shit in those foreign countries that you can do here in the United States of America. You won't be able to do that. People need to start realizing how privileged you are to live in this country. If you don't
Do
like
they,
it, fucking leave.
do they have like SSI and disability in third world countries?
You know what pisses me off, Retina?
Like, that's a legitimate question because I honestly have
No, they fucking
absolutely
don't.
zero. Oh, okay.
No, they fucking don't. It's no, no. But what pisses me off is people in this country. Yes, a lot of people deserve disability. Absolutely. A lot of people in this country deserve disability. But our veterans fight with the VA on a day-to-day fucking basis to get disability because they have PTSD so fucking bad, dude.
Do you want to
This is
know
not.
when you call, from my experience, if you call the VA with a mental to seek help, a psychiatrist or a therapist, do you want to know how long my dad had to wait before he could get help?
Um, I'm
4
just gonna take
weeks.
a guess. Yeah.
4 weeks before anybody could see him. And in those 4 weeks, I had to call the sheriff's department and ask them if they could go remove my dad's pew-pews from his house.
So your dad was a vet.
Yes. He was in the Vietnam War. He had night terrors. I didn't know what that was growing up. I would just wake up to my dad freaking the fuck out in the middle of the night. But when I was older and after his dad or his brother committed suicide, my dad wanted to also. And 4 weeks for the VA to see him. And yes, twice I had to call the sheriff's department to come out and have a conversation with my dad. And once they had to remove his all of his hunting gear. Yep, that's how fucked up it is.
It is very fucked up. And listen, my father-in-law, he was a Desert Storm vet, and he suffered with PTSD for years. For years, whenever he came back from Saudi. And I've heard horror stories from my husband and his mother. Um, and I remember one night I was hanging out with my mother-in-law and my father-in-law when he was still alive. And we were, drinking a few beers and hanging the fuck out. And my father-in-law, he heard coyotes off in the distance. Coyotes yipping, right? Doing their usual thing. And then he heard neighbors start firing off guns. When I tell you that man ran into the RV that they were living in at the time and came outside with a gun and started going into a whole PTSD episode in front of me. And my husband wasn't there, but he warned me about his dad's PTSD episodes. I had never seen one. I saw one full-fledged. And my father-in-law was sweating. He looked like he was on the front line in active duty, running around the yard with an AR-15. And he was like, they're here, they're here, they're here, they're in the trees, they're everywhere, like flipping the fuck out. And I'm like, hey, I know what PTSD is. I know what PTSD is. And whenever they have an episode, you got to kind of let them go through that shit. Because if you try to intervene, you're going to get fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
But I let him kind of run around and freak out for a little bit, Retina. And then whenever he came up to me, my father-in-law came up to me and he was like, do you hear them? They're here. I was like, I don't know what you went through over there. I know bits and pieces. But it's not happening here. And I had to ground him. I had to ground that man. And that man fought for disability with the VA for a year and a half. For a year and a half.
Yeah, the
For
VA
a year and a
is
fucking half.
I have major resentments with the VA. Absolutely. But when there was one time I had called the sheriff's department to come out to my dad's house, and I'd asked for a specific deputy not to come out to my dad's house because my dad had issues with him, right? And that was from my prior shit, okay? And anyhow, they can't come out by themselves, right? So they have to have somebody. They have to come out in a pair, and he was the only other deputy on. And he comes out and he's standing on the porch, and my dad's already agitated and all of the things. And like I get like I think are they called Vexlar? Or no, that's fishing. Whatever their vests are called. What the hell is the word I'm thinking of? Vexlar is a fish. How you find fish. Their vests. They're heavy vests that they wear, right? And like they're bulletproof vests. Kevlar. Thank you. So I've seen it. Like sheriffs, they stand and they like hold like kind of by like your shoulder. They like rest their hands there, just be like out of comfort. That's how they stand. And my dad about lost his shit as the deputy that he disliked was standing there holding his vest that way. And it had something to do with how in Vietnam, when your hands were there, you didn't know how quick they could move to grab their piece or grab whatever. And so that in itself made my dad nervous, right? So as I'm trying to like console my dad, calm my dad down, have a conversation with the sheriff, tell the deputy, can you like walk away? Can you just maybe step aside? And he's standing there. I'm like, okay, can you at least take your hands out of this position, right? And this deputy had just always been just a dick to be a dick, wouldn't. And I'm like, how do you come to a crisis situation like this and you're not even willing to like respect a fucking trigger out of him? Like, obviously he is telling you standing like that is triggering him, and we're already in a fucking crisis situation, like, and you refuse to like just put your hands down, like this shit was just some of the shit that I have seen, and like trying to get people help. And it wasn't even just my dad that I have been around trying to get people help. It is the craziest shit that some people are just like so either naive, inconsiderate, I don't know, untrained. I don't know. But when it comes to a lot of like mental health crisis, like those kind of things, it should just be cut and dry. Like, if something triggers the person you're trying to help, remove it. You know, as simple as putting your hands down. Like, how is that? Like, how are we debating this in this moment? You know what I mean? Like, it's just fucking crazy to me. Like, and yes, trying to get my dad into the VA, like, I'm like, it was.
VA doesn't care. They do not give a fuck.
And they just do not have the resources, especially in rural areas, because for my dad just to see somebody, he would have to drive 2 hours. And then from there, he would have to get the referral down to St. Cloud, which was another 6-hour drive. That's how it is, like in northern Minnesota, how it was for my dad. Like, and
a majority of the homeless throughout the United States of America are veterans, and they're addicted to drugs or alcohol, and they don't have a roof over their head. Sometimes whenever you see people standing at a stop sign saying, I'm hungry or I need money, do you know how many times, Retina, me and my husband have been at a stoplight and we see homeless people walking up to our car, and I'll put a $20 bill out the window, or even a 50, sometimes a 100, because they're veterans. A majority of the homeless people that live in the United States are veterans that have served this country. And they result to being homeless and addicted to substances because the VA doesn't give a fuck about them. They fight for disability, but people who are lazy, who have never served any kind of time, did a tour, were never in the fucking military, people that do not deserve disability in this country get it easier than our veterans. It pisses me the fuck off. It infuriates me.
there's a lot of people that get a lot of help that have no idea how easy they have it. I mean, I don't know if you've ever heard me talk about this, but I've talked about this quite a bit when I used to talk about prison talk, about how many women reoffend because it is easier for them to live inside the walls than it is for them to be outside even trying to find housing, which they can't, so they end up homeless, right? Or to try and find employment with a history, not having or using the resources that were given to them. So they reoffend just so they can come back to prison because it is safer and it is easier for them to live incarcerated than it is out on the streets.
Oh,
That's
I believe
fucked up.
that. I believe that. Now, listen, I have never done time. I've never been in jail, but I have been detained on quite a few occasions. Um, but I've watched like the first 48, and listen, I'm a fan of 60 Days In. That is one of my favorite TV series that are out there. 60 Days In. You see people go in there to come back to the DA or et cetera, and tell them what's going on in the prison system, the judicial system. And you see a lot of people that are in prison that get out and they're scared shitless. They're like, dude, I don't want to leave beyond these walls because I don't know how to function in society and I'm terrified of doing so. So yeah, you're absolutely right about that shit.
I mean, and everybody is given some type of resource, even to the minimalist, like resource, right? When you get out, but that doesn't secure your housing. It doesn't secure your employment. It doesn't secure you. And so for them, it's either easier to commit a new crime or um, fuck off with their parole officer so they get violated to get sent back to finish their time because mentally it's easier for them to know that their door is locked when they go to sleep at night. They have food coming in and they have their basic needs. If that's the extent of what they need to survive, they have that incarcerated. And it was like the first time I ever seen it, I said, you're joking. Like, you're joking, right? And then I started having conversations with some people, and it is the saddest thing to think that it is legitimately easier for somebody to live incarcerated than it is for them to be on the streets. But if you grew up in the streets and you only know the street life, right? And maybe you did some foul shit. Maybe you have people, maybe you have people looking for you. Whatever it may be, the fact that prison is safer and more secure to you than living your own life on the outside is extremely sad to me. And I will never stop talking about any of these topics when it comes to prison because it should not be that way.
Exactly, like you should want to, go out there and be productive in society. You should have placement to kind of get you on your feet. You should feel secure and stable. But so many people that come out beyond those walls, they're fucking terrified. And they do recommit, like they go out and commit another crime because they're more comfortable being in the system than they are living free. And that shit breaks my heart. Do I think that everybody who is serving time should be redeemed? No. There's fine lines there with me. But there are people who are serving life sentences for shit that they shouldn't be. And, it's just our judicial system is totally fucked. It's
Mm-hmm.
fucked. I definitely think that people can rehabilitate. I definitely think that people can learn from their mistakes to a certain extent. But, to put people in prison and not let them see sunlight and let them look at cement walls 24/7 because uh they decided to, joyride, or they were caught with weed or some shit, or even being involved with drug dealing or rugs. It's fucked up. It's fucked up, dude. Like, people can rehabilitate, certain people cannot.
One
It's
of and when I talk about prison friends, right? Like, I legitimately made friends, obviously, in prison, like being locked up with people. My longest standing roommate, I will always tell Nikki's story. She dropped her boyfriend off. She thought her boyfriend was going to get a bag, right? He and was not what he disclosed to her. She was 2 blocks away. He went to get his bag, but also get back money that was taken from him. A scuffle happened. The piece fell out. There was a scuffle for the piece. The piece went off. Somebody lost their life. Her boyfriend got back in the vehicle. She drove off. He told her what happened while she was driving. Obviously, she was young, dumb, and scared, so she just went along with what he told her to do. He dropped the base. They drove off. They got caught. She ended up, testifying against him, so becoming his co-defendant. But she still did 15 years in prison because of it. 15 years. And the shit that like people don't talk about, and like I know a lot of you, or I don't know a lot, but people that have been around me a lot, I've talked about this story about like emotionally watching people lose control of their life while inside prison is some of the saddest shit you'll ever see. She had 2 children. One was white and one was biracial. Her mom took her white son, refused to take the biracial son. The biracial son ended up in the system, ended up being adopted, and to this day, she still has not made contact with her son because she doesn't know exactly where and how, like where and where look and how to find him, because her mother decided that she was only going to take the white child in that situation. So imagine sitting there and watching your roommate completely have no control over an outside situation that deals with your children, right? And then I've talked about how in Minnesota it was a no-touch facility. You couldn't even console somebody in a death or a situation, because if you were found hugging somebody, you were sent to segregation and you got a sexual charge put on you and you were sent to SAG and you had to sit the 7 days because you were consoling somebody.
That's fucking insane.
When it was about 3 months after I left, they finally changed the policy where you could give somebody a hug, but it had to be in front of an officer, or you could give somebody a high five, but it had to be in front of an officer.
So if they just caught you, like, say if you were, listen, I've never done time, but I guess in the pod where you kind of hang out, where you eat, watch TV, or do whatever, if they caught you hugging a fellow inmate, they would put you in seg.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my
Because it
god.
was considered schmexual. Just like, say, like if so they walk by every so often to check your to check, right? It's like a safety thing. I think I can't remember how much time went by, right? But an officer would walk by and look in your room every so often for safety reasons, right? So it was logged. But during that time, if say your roommate was braiding your hair, you were sent to segregation for the same thing.
Are you kidding me?
No, it was an absolutely zero touch policy facility.
How did you, okay, so from someone who's never been on the inside, from someone who's always lived on the outside, how the fuck did you live through that shit, Retina? Like, how did you adjust to that? Because I would have probably, I'm not even gonna lie, I probably would have unalived myself
Um,
because that's heavy.
I guess you just learn. You learn right off the bat. Like it's kind of like you go through a 2 week like intake of these are the rules. This is how it goes down. Um, and this is what it is. This is what it is. And then I guess the longer you're there, you learn ways around things. I remember like the first, like I had lived in this unit for a long time, and I came out one day and I had my hair in two French braids. And I will never forget, Officer Cremier said, "Oh, Retina, you learned how to braid your hair today?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "Isn't it looking nice and tight?" He's like, "Yeah, yeah, yeah, you did a great job." But I mean, you learn ways, I guess, around it. And essentially, when you're set up with such wild and strict rules, it also creates an environment, in a sense, to continue that like what they would consider like a criminal mindset, like ways around things, how not to get caught, how to get away with things, you know. So it's like a win-lose situation depending on like, who you are, what you're there for. You just learn. You have no other, like, yeah, Jocelyn said, you had no other choice but to
Uh,
learn how to live that. Sobbing on the phone. And I mean, people you had relationships with, like friendships with, like knew their life, how they were there, what happened. And you couldn't even like walk by and just like rub them on the shoulder, like, to like make them know like you're seen. You couldn't do that. You just learned that it was a no.
I mean, I know that you have to adapt and stuff like that. Like, listen, if I ever did get put in a cell, it would be for something that I'm like, very, very passionate about, like, protecting my family or protecting children or animals, this, that, and the third. But uh, god damn, like
That's
I
why
kind of want to
I
ask you.
I used to tell people, like, if you ever have seen on Oxygen the show Snapped, most of the women, most of the women that I conversated with and like became like, kosher with, that were doing life sentence, were essentially there because they finally snapped. And when I say they finally snapped, I mean it was either from postpartum or it was from DV that they finally snapped. And then they themselves ended up sitting life sentences, finally having enough. The first woman I ever lived with, um, didn't I don't even know. I never got out and like researched her story. Um but
Was
she
that the woman? Was that the woman that unalived her two kids?
no.
Okay.
The first woman I ever lived with, she pew pewed him after he had got home from the bar one night, and put his hands on her again, and she had purchased that I used to work with in textiles, and I have no idea how the hell she did it because she is the tiniest little Laotian lady I've ever seen. But she with a bar of soap and a sock. There's a thing in prison or in jail called a lock in a sock. That is pretty much how you hurt somebody without leaving quite as many marks. But apparently, she did it with a bar of soap.
And you can do that. I'm not trying to be funny or anything,
No,
but
I mean,
if
she
anybody in
literally
here, if
she
anybody
li-
in here has ever watched the Nickelodeon show iCarly, uh, whenever Sam used to pull out the butter sock, like she would put a whole fucking block of butter in a sock and beat people over the head with it. Yeah, that can do some damage. You put something heavy in a sock, yeah, you can do some fucking damage.
I couldn't like by the time I met this lady, she was almost at the end of her sentence. Like she had almost done her 30 years, right? But standing next to me, she didn't even come up to my armpit. Okay, so I can't even imagine that she weighed more than about 130 pounds, And it was always crazy to me to see the different like family dynamics after a situation like that. Like she had 6 kids. They all came and seen her. She had the best relationship with her children, you know? And so, and then there's other people that their children never once came seen her, wouldn't even fill out the paperwork to be a visitor, you know? So it's always, there's just so many just different dynamics in situations like that.
I mean, like, god damn. I guess coming from, listen, I couldn't even fucking imagine that. Like, if I had to do time, I would do time. But it's, God, like, you can't be comfortable. You can't do anything that you used to do on the outside while you're in there. And whenever you have, like, anxiety or panic attacks, like, fuck that shit, dude. And plus, I'm really, really, really claustrophobic. Like, I don't like being in tiny little spaces. I'm just, I'm telling everybody right now, even if I went to prison over an action that I decided to take over something that I was passionate about, I'm going to be a little bitch while I'm sitting in there. Honest to God. Like, I could never. And you know what? I would want a cellie that would braid my hair and brush my hair and be nice to me and like talk to me because goddamn, I
Listen,
could
I
not.
I
I
lived
could
with
not.
one once that was schizophrenic, and let me tell you, that was the wildest ride. That was when you know they talk about living in flight or flight mode, right? And before I had my incident, and I actually went to the psych ward, and I actually got evaluated, and it wasn't just my primary doctor giving me Prozac for years. Um, and I learned about like flight and flight and all of that. Um, I can tell you that living with her completely reactivated that because some days we were on the best of terms. And then there was days there was nobody in the day room and she was watching the window and out of her door telling me these conversations that people were having about her and then mad at me and that I was involved. So that was quite the experience living in that situation for a while.
I'd be curled up looking at the fucking brick wall, reading a book, and I would literally try to get a stereo or something to play Enya while I was in that cell and be like, girl, I had nothing to do with that. I don't know what to tell you. Can you just, like take a breath? Like that would scare the flying fuck out of me. I can't, man. Like,
Listen,
no.
I listened by that point I had already left the facility. That's a whole different story. I came back And then so I'd lost my good job, so I had to go back to the kitchen, which is the worst job, but also a good paying job because like so you can only have so many books at once, right? And like outside people could like order you books, but they had to be from Amazon. They had to come directly from Amazon, not like a third party or whatever, and then you could have those books on your person, right? But I think the max was like 6 or 8 or something like that. And so if they did a room search and you had too many, you had to send them out. You had to send stuff out so you could keep getting stuff in. Just like if you crocheted or knit, once if you had a project that was final and they found it and you hadn't shipped it out, you had to get it shipped out. So in the kitchen, you can give out boxes, right? So people could send out things. Well, you also can smuggle things out of the kitchen that people want. And so my roommate that was schizophrenic is the only person I had ever met out of 600 and some people that made hooch. And she did it, but she either wanted apples, potatoes, or sugar. And listen, I gave that box a bitch every time. There was never an officer standing at the door to check. Like, you can have it all you want. Now, here's 2 potatoes. Go do whatever the fuck you gotta do. Like, you just try and make them happy. Good morning, Casey.
Girl, I would have done the same shit because absolutely the fuck not. Like, nope.
There was for a good 6 months, mine and Nikki's room, we had an outside wall. So like my bed was directly against a wall that went to the outside, right? So it's cold in Minnesota in the middle of winter. And it's cold sleeping next to a cement wall. And all you get is 1 blanket and 1 pillow. Well, unless you learn a way around that. And so I crocheted a blanket, but I always kept a ball of yarn and I never finished it off. I just kept that 1 line open, so I always had a heavy duty blanket to cover myself with to keep myself warm, but I never had a finished product, so they couldn't technically make me send it out because it was never finished as long as I had yarn connected to it. And yeah, you get 1 pillow. Well, then I had just went to medical enough times and complained about my knee that's fucked up now. And so I got like 3 pillows to elevate it, but I just used that because otherwise, like, the pillows are plastic and I don't even know what they're filled with, but you might get lucky and get an okay one, or you get a deflated piece of shit. And I mean, it just depends on you. Come in, they hand it out. It's like a conveyor belt. There's no pick and choosing nothing. So, but yeah, like I said, part of it like they teach you. I mean, technically, right? Like people that are prime and proper listen to this and are like, nope, that's your mind of thinking. I would never do something like that. You're in there to change your mindset. You should never keep the criminal mindset, right? Like, fuck no. If I need 2 pillows to sleep or 3 because I have none, there's nothing in my pillow, I'm gonna find a way to get another goddamn pillow, you know? And you had to have like a medical slip that said, hey, you can have your allowed 2 pillows. Like medical gave me this extra pillow. So when they would do room flips or searches, like they would check that to make sure. But yeah, like it was terrible. Like the first time I ever had to sleep on a fucking bed like that, it's like, it ain't no air mattress. It ain't no mattress. It's a plastic piece of... It's not even foam because it doesn't conform to your body. I don't even know what it's filled with. It's just hard.
So basically, it's like sleeping on a mat that we used to take to kindergarten.
Mm-hmm.
on, yeah.
But harder.
No,
But
no,
harder.
listen. No, listen. I have a fucked up spine and neck issues from being a CNA for 11 years. So I'd be crying if I had to do that. Best believe. I'd
Well,
be a whole ass little bitch in prison. I'm
that's
not kidding.
that's why you got to go to medical, and you got to be like, oh, well, I need this, you need this. Unhinged. Yeah, there's been a few people that have requested, but had just been in there and never ever said anything in my life, so I just assume they're sleeping. That's why I haven't let anybody else in.
But Retina, we gotta go to bed because we're gonna
I
be
know.
canceled later
Now it's
today.
fucking 5 a.m. and I got to wake up at 9 to be canceled.
Girl, the sun's coming up, and listen, I'm gonna sleep in later today, and I got real life shit going on. So if people want to cancel me again, go ahead. I don't give a fuck. Like, I really don't care.
Listen, I know. I legit. I gotta get it. I gotta get up at 10. Okay, I gotta get up at 10. I got shit to do. I got appointments tomorrow. But you know, 5 hours. It's okay. I'll just go to bed early tomorrow.
Well, I will say this. It was nice having a conversation with you, and I'm glad I came up and we talked.
Well,
Um,
I am too. I'm glad we cleared the air, so I didn't have to feel like there was an elephant in any room we
no.
coexisted in.
No, listen, like I'm telling you, Routine, I get mad about shit and like I get in my feels about stuff, but
And you have
whenever
that
I
right
can,
too. That situation is not like a light internet beef. You know,
no,
I
no, it's
understood.
heavy.
I understood that was a very real life situation to you, and that's why I would have never went back and forth with you about it. That's why I would have never went live and been like, "Fuck Violet," you know. It's
Well,
real.
yeah, I know it is, and you know what? Yeah, again, I talk mad shit about you,
It's okay.
to my friends, but it is what it is. Like, dude, I just whenever I get triggered about shit, I'm telling you right now, whenever I get triggered, and I know how to maintain my triggers, but sometimes I don't. Um, Whenever I get triggered, I legitimately see fucking red. And I will say some out of pocket shit or I will just rant and rave. But people that know me off this app, that talk to me every single day through the good, the bad, and the ugly, they know my heart. They know where I come from. They know how I move.
Right.
And I'm a complicated fucking person. You know, sometimes I can be contradicting myself. I'm like, oh, I'm not going to do this, or oh, I'm not going to do that, or oh, I'm not going to go into this live, or oh, I'm not going on TikTok, and I do it anyway. Like, to sum me up, I'm a beautiful mess. Honest to God, I'm a beautiful fucking mess.
I think
And
most people are.
yeah, a lot of us are. A lot of us are. And one thing that I really hate about this app is grace isn't given on this app, dude. Grace is not given on this fucking app. But in real life, grace is given from my own personal experience. But I'm gonna drop Retina. Love talking to you. Yes, I followed you again. So um
Well,
have a good night.
I do appreciate you coming to me first in 15 minutes of voice messages and then making videos momentarily after about me.
Okay. Okay. Okay, listen. I was mad in general, but no, I was like, no, fuck this. If I'm gonna post videos now, I'm going to the no. I came to you. Yeah, I did. But listen, you gotta admit, Holly Mae, she has me beat on voice messages. Point blank, period. Because,
Hands down.
girl, hands down. Like, I thought I was the queen of voice notes because I've heard so many be like, oh, well, Violet just sends voice messages all night long and blah. And whenever I had one conversation with Holly Mae on the back end, It was earlier this year after the, Florida man shit happened. Girl, I couldn't keep up with Holly Mae and her voice.
I
I'm
know
like, God
there'll be
damn.
days there'll be days where I'm like I'll send her a message. I'll be like I am not listening to all that. Okay? And then there's the days like, you know what? You caught me on a good day. I listened to all 2 minutes of that.
No, I have friends on the back end because I'm in I'm only okay. So I'm in a group chat with like my close knit people, and we voice note in there sometimes. But whenever I get to talking, I send like 15 or 20 voice notes, and they're like, "Girl, we they're reading transcripts," and I'm like, "It's so," and then a majority of them are like, "What the fuck? What is your transcript saying?" And I'm like, that's why you need to listen to the whole voice note. But yeah,
Nah, I'll give you that. I'll give you that. You got you on that one.
yeah, she's the queen of voice notes because man, I was out of breath trying to catch up with Holly Mae. I was like, good goddamn, like what is happening right now? you know. But
All right, you drop. I know my son's coming up. People are waking up. I'm going to sleep. I'll wake up to the chaos. It's fine.
yeah, this live's gonna get replayed like 50 to 100 plus times. But
I wish, you know what I wish? They keep saying, you know what, we just need to block her off rewatch. We just need to block her. We just need to block her and not give her attention. I wish you would.
well, I'm just gonna say this for those of y'all that restream this shit later today because we know Snark's about to go live any minute. Um, for those of y'all that restream this, can you listen to the positive throughout this live instead of the negative and actually try to hear people out? Because whenever there isn't yelling or cussing, y'all try to skim past that shit and fast forward. And you don't legitimately want to hear where people are coming from. But I think it was a good live. I enjoyed talking to Retina. I was pissed as fuck at Retina, but me and her had a conversation, and I love being up in your box. But me and Retina are going to bed, so have fun replaying this later today. We don't give an ounce of a fuck. Sweet dreams.
Good night. Devil. I don't know. Are they both devil faces? The get out of free jail card only works with Nellie. It is when Nellie wants to be a victim, okay? When she wants to have empathy and sympathy given towards her, okay? Other than that, she's the biggest Billy badass telling people to pull up and she'll wait. I just don't understand how you get to be both. Zeta, what do you mean it's about fucking time? That we go to bed or you wake up? I was gonna go to bed at 1, okay? So now I'm blaming, now that Violet's gone, I can blame her. Go to bed. I know I have to be up I have to wake up in 5 hours. That's fine. I'll survive the day. But good news, everybody that's seen it. My ankle is a quarter of the way down than it was earlier. Kind of. If you've been around, clearly you have. It's just like when she asks if, when you're referring to her Poppy, if you want to be next, right? If you know my dad and his charges, do you want to be next? Keep talking. And then there's he was a victim. What would you do if there was a pew pew held to your head? You know? It just depends. It depends on what she needs it to be used for at the time. Well, I'm sorry, Unhinged. I told you. One Stanley, and I was going to bed. And you fell asleep. I'm still talking. Yeah, I think she's conflicted in more ways than one, but that's another subject I touched on earlier. Sorry. Who's Jerry Backyard? Well, I know who that is, but what about them? Are they in here? Oh. Well, that's Smash's bestie. That's the guy that always wants to be in Smash's life and have combos with Smash, not me. He might be lost, because maybe Smash didn't go live. I don't know. Jerry? Jerry, are you in here? Maybe you're just you got a little lost on the detour. Smash will be live in about 18 hours, okay? You can find her then. Otherwise, you can find her in all the chats during the day, okay? But she'll be live in 18 hours if you need to have a combo with her. Again, for the 12th time. But she really doesn't have a problem with you, so don't let her tell you otherwise, okay? She just does it on the forefront, save face as much as she can. I'm just, listen, I just went live today to clear lots of air, okay? But, Virgo, make sure you get up and call your mama and tell her that you fucked up, okay? You fucked up and you were writing somebody's UA results on live and now it's recorded. Okay? Make sure you call your mama. Even though you're gonna say, my mama don't care. That's great. But the state that gives her funding and all of that fun stuff is gonna care. Sears. Oh, did you miss that part, Jocelyn? That was the first part of my live. Well, the first 45 minutes. That was covered in it. Yeah, because when you want to be a face on the internet and be a superstar all the time, you just be filling out people UA's paperwork like this. And the craziest part is she was worried that her name Blair was going to be seen on the pen she was using to sign the document where she signed Blair. That's the craziest shit to me, to be honest, is that you were worried about Blair all while you let all of this shit slip. Do you see that? Random UA taken. All those years, random UA, 717, random UA, 310. Yeah, and they were all negative. You had a good employee there. I'm just saying it's not my fault you slipped. That's definitely not my fault at all. But don't worry, everything you can mirror it and clear it up real easily, Virgo. So yeah, just like that. Like, why would you fill out documents like that on live? Like, honestly. But anyways, that's not my problem. That's a you problem. Yep. You didn't want to leave me the fuck alone. So now I'm going to be a problem. But because I thought it was funny, because the search. So, yeah. Anyhoozles. I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful Wednesday. Well, I mean, just imagine needing so much validation on the internet or proof that you work. I don't know which it is. I'm not really sure. Also, the threatening of the people in your box, and then you like get out of your moon because now you've gotten smart and you use the moon filter while you're at work. When you pop out, right, to give people the facial reaction that you want, make sure that the background of it can't be matched to this office here where you used to like to make videos and go live in, because that's easily compared. Okay? Listen, Virgo, it's not my fault. It's not my fault at all. It's actually your fault because you can't shut the fuck up about me, and I've never even done anything to you that I know of or given you a reason. The only reason you're restraining me is because you're trying to steal Smash's platform. You are trying to restream the things before she can. Give your opinions and the people's opinions before she can. And you can say Smash gave you permission in your closet all you want. But if Smash would pull her head out of her ass, she would realize that, like, literally, you and Bree talk before you two go live during the day to discuss this shit and figure it out, right? And try and fuck Smash in the end, which is crazy. Just like you trying to call her out for talking about Bree's kids, which is weird because that live was played 110 times. And there's other lives days prior of Smash making other comments about the children, but you didn't call or replay any of that. It was only the one you thought was going to serve your purpose, except it's failed. That live literally didn't, none of this. This is where it all started. It's when Retina called them black bitches. No, that's actually not where it started. And Smash absolutely talked about her kids before that. So maybe if you're going to be a historian, you should not be a cartel historian, and you should, use facts, evidence, proof. Okay? Don't be a cartel when you're trying to be a historian. Okay? There's so many lessons to be learned here. So many. It's crazy. Y'all are crazy. But We'll see who learns a lesson. I already went to prison and reformed, and I'm doing great. So I don't think it's going to be me that's learning a lesson, because even though y'all bitches talk about me every single day, I'm still here. And Bree, just add 1 or 2 more insults to your injury. Like I said, I know numbers are actually important to you, and it's embarrassing that I was live in the middle of the night, and I still had more numbers, even if they were sleeping, than you do while you're actually live. Secondly, your titties were never on Reddit. Stop spreading that narrative. You went live looking like that. It's also actually your Facebook profile too. So if you're going to be mad, take it off your Facebook too. Secondly, make sure that live that you went live on looking like that, you yell at all the YouTubers that have that posted. Oh, what was the other point I was going to tell you, Bree? Oh yeah. One last thing. Again, I will apologize every day to Queenie for calling her a black bitch, because she didn't deserve that. She didn't. No, she did not. Okay? Kind of just like how I can apologize to Unknown when I'm in the wrong, right? And I have apologized to Queenie. I don't know if she's heard it or not. This isn't the first time of me saying that. Actually, I do apologize. I'm just saying she didn't deserve it. You, on the other hand, I will request that I am buried on my stomach so you can still kiss my ass 6 feet under before I'd ever apologize to you. Yeah, because, Queenie is actually a woman of her word that I've seen. We might have gotten into it a few times, but, at least she was the only black woman that actually stood up for me and said that I wasn't racist. Just like I'm not. You're just trying to push some fucking weird ass narrative that still isn't working for you that well. And then, Bree, while you're at it, why don't you tell everybody how Cozy is, or Rocco Cozy, or Cozy's husband, or Rocco's husband, whatever the fuck the name is now, is Liz. And you allowed her to say that she was a black bisexual woman, and you went along with it. Why don't you explain that to everybody today while you're spitting at your phone? How about you do that one? Because the proof is coming. You actually know that there's going to be a live about that. So you should probably just own that one first. That would probably be a great idea. But, what the fuck do I know? Clearly nothing about not a fuck thing. Oh, and they're also Smash's mod. Funny. Anywho, any questions before I go to bed? Jocelyn, you up? Coffee brewing? Getting your shit going for the day? Perfect. I'll have coffee with you in about 5 hours. Oh, one more thing. I did post a video before I went live earlier tonight. Nelson left a really great inspirational quote a long time ago. Zeta, get your coffee. Front porch area, okay, in the desert, where it's probably already 110 degrees. No, thank you. Jocelyn, it is, you know what? It is so accurate. It is obviously not wrote by her, because there's no real errors, and it's well written and has punctuation, so I'm sure it was a cut and paste from somewhere. But I mean, I'll give her credit for it. Her name's next to it. And your beautiful kitchen. That doesn't have dog hair and paper plates on the floor where you apparently allege feed those animals, while you're also making cake pops with your fingernail polish falling off into it. But anyway, you know what? Just go have some coffee in your beautiful kitchen. It is definitely nowhere near a one fish, two fish. That's how I know it was not actually wrote by her. Oh, and just to retouch, right? Monsters outrage today. In the defense of Nelson. When Nelson wants to talk about the internet being forever, Virgo, we're all taking bets on if your wrist can hold you up on a wall like mine did in the early 2000s. So we want to see that on live, preferably. And then, oh, yeah, since the internet is forever. Monsters, since you were so outraged today, maybe you should know that Nelson, while she was dilly-dallying with her jelly bean, when school got out and her son walked into the room that they share, and she just told her son to shut the door, and then she crashed out later on live and said, "It's normal. Kids walk in on their parents doing it all the time. That's normal. You just tell them to get out." Yeah. And I'm just curious where she hides her dildo that she uses for pictures only, because we know she's never used it on a woman, in the room that she shares with her child. Yeah. Nelson, do you keep it like in a box? Is it like locked away somewhere? Is it just thrown in like, I don't know, a toy box? Like, where do you keep your peace in the room that you share with your son? Asking for all of the internet that didn't know that you do and have the things. We're just curious. I mean, if you just tell your kid to walk out when your hands are down your pants, we're just curious where you keep the dildo also. Yeah. So remember, when y'all want to bring up stuff about me, about the internet's forever. Yeah, it sure is. And don't worry, everybody is they're just, Nelson, they are just sitting, arty and bougie. They are just sitting on the edge of their seats, waiting for that countdown so you can repeat some shit that I said in 2022. They are so excited. They just cannot wait. Can't wait. Can't wait at all. So excited. So excited that you only got so many days left. If I ever watched anything so fucking embarrassing in an entire year, it's you counting down the days that you can tell and rehash the same shit that's been rehashed for 3 years. Hey, Nicole. Good morning. But I hope when Artie's feeding you all of this wonderful information, I hope she also showed you where she is the one that actually gave me every single solitary member of your family and look them up, and it wasn't me. Mm-hmm. Especially about Max Rooney. Okay, y'all have a good day. I'm for real getting off now. Jocelyn, I'll see you in a little bit. Oh, and Virgo, before you try and tell anybody any of this is forged AI or made up, it's in a whole entire video. In case any of you want to see Virgo put out an employee's UA results, it's on Mikey's video. Goodbye.